Morning, morning, morning. Jeez. Yeah, late start for me today. I just been really tired recently. I don't know if my body's finally just like relaxing or something, but I have been needing some extra sleep. So I took it today. It was strategic. I also am still getting back into things, and one of the things I don't want to do is trade like the first 10 minutes of trading, the highly volatile part. Not there yet. Shut up, Buzz. Peaches. Oof.
Come on.
3 years and 3 months of spending my days with you crazies. Let's go, boys and girls.
Let's go, Groovy Gaga. Freaking love the Groovy. So much trash. See, Jessa. Huh. Ian. Funware has a 1 minute. See another 50 flush. What do you do? Long of a pullback now, though. Really bad fills there. I should have done better. Come on, get past 65. I should have done better. There you go. A little thick. We're on the board, though.
%7 at the high Delta Juliet Tango.
There.
BZUN, Baozun, popping here on relatively light volume. $3.67 now. Up about 8.5%. WOLF, ZF reporting Wolfspeed has responsibility for a German chip plant project. That's Whiskey Oscar Lima Foxtrot, WOLF. That was reported. It was reported earlier that the company was withdrawing from the German chip plant project.
Let's take our CYCC. Sure, see any spike in activity. New highs. Charlie Yankee. Charlie. Charlie.
HCTI, Healthcare Triangle, getting a pop here on light volume. Hotel Charlie Tango, India. ASTS, AST Space Mobile spiking here, 2961 Alpha Sandy Tango Sandy.
Oh, gee. Okay.
HUHU Tech IPO trading now priced at $4 per share, now at $3.81. That's HUHU. Shares opened at $4.
My dose of caffeine? I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm going to take it as caffeine. Listen, I'm like clockwork, bro. When that caffeine hits in the morning, let's see what this thing's going to do. The blue pill? Oh my gosh. Thoughts on Tesla? Google calls. Which time frame? Have I tried testosterone? No.
We'll ticker WLLF. Sure seen a spike in activity. Note headline Janice says Wolfspeed can unlock value by separating devices unit.
WOLF Wolfspeed shares getting some volume here. Whiskey Oscar Lima Foxtrot. Janice says Wolfspeed can unlock value by separating devices unit. That's WOLF.
March
That
long
from-
call. So let's look at Tesla
From
first.
Bloomberg.
Tesla's pulling back from their cyber truck or cyber taxi, whatever event. Ran up into it, selling off since. That's a lot of red candles in a row. What's going to be the thing that propels the next move up? Cybertruck event got canceled. And then the real Cybertruck event, and now it's done. What's the next thing? Is it sales? Is it... I don't know. Tesla's a tough one. Is it just going to go up? Because the market's going to go up from now till February. I don't know. Tesla's a tough one. As far as Google, you know, with Google, it's always, well, that looks like an inverse head and shoulders if I've ever seen it. Holy hell. Anybody else seeing that? Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. That's looking freaking sick right there. I like Google. Out of the two, I like Google a lot more if it breaks 170 and holds. Like a lot more. Variance 1 year. Let's go, buddy. So, hope that helps. How many people can possibly afford a Tesla search? I don't live in a crazy area, but I've seen like 4 and watch it be like the same guy. I keep saying I don't know, but I don't think there were that many built. Wait, you're a little off this morning, Chickapow. Oh yeah. Nice.
Allied
That's a great
Technology,
NDRA,
Logitech
November Delta
CEO
Romeo
tells
Alpha. Sure,
Reuters
seen a
Q2
spike
is
in
another
activity,
strong
new
quarter
highs,
of
NDRA.
high-quality growth. Company delivered fantastic bundled innovation and made good progress in B2B business during Q2, not concerned by weak growth in pointing devices. Company gained market share and expects demand to return. Expects global consumer to be resilient in the pre-Christmas quarter. That is from
So what was the
the
news on
Logitech CEO
UAVS
speaking
yesterday
to
that took
Reuters
forever?
LOGI.
Bunch of board members resigned and the CFO. Jeez. The hell is oh my gosh. What have they done?
Logitech CEO in the Reuters interview says expects computer peripherals market overall to increase in low single-digit percentage range in October to December quarter. Sees European market demand as flattish, higher consumer demand in China. Company investigating in dedicated R&D marketing to grow China business. Logitech CEO says significant part of demand
Yeah, there's definitely some cons of
growth is
both
due
of
to new
them.
products.
Google,
Raised
the chart looks great.
guidance on back of
However,
stronger
you have
demand and better
so
profit
many
margins.
things that could
That's
sway it either
LOGI.
way. So, but as far as that chart, that's my favorite of the two. But they both definitely have their news headlines that could move it either way. The SJ alert is fixed. Was it not, the alert bot wasn't working yesterday? GRRR. Oh, the sound is down. Yeah, I manually did that a little bit. Just off of my GoXLR. But it brings down everything on that channel, which is not ideal. I don't know why it was so loud yesterday. All right, let's find some trades. I'll tell you this though, if obviously Elon Musk has been
REPL,
hang on.
Replimune Group getting a pop here. On a spike in volume, Romeo Echo Papa
Alright.
Lima, small pop in that.
Obviously Elon has
REPL.
been campaigning with Trump. So you have to think if Trump wins, Tesla stock goes up, at least for a few days. Same with DJT. And we'll get into what is this thing? We'll get into is this the IPO I just looked at? Damn it, it is. All right. We'll get into, I guess, maybe next week. We'll do our if Kamala wins or if Trump wins stock watch list. Free speech, man. Do anything. I wonder how many people are swayed by ads. Like, we all hate them, but I want to meet the persons and be like, oh, yeah, I changed my mind because I saw this commercial. You never see Trump ads. What state are you in, Blazing? Hello, Viking. You have to have to not just roll your eyes at both sides. Yeah, they're both dumb. The Kamala state on the West Coast. California? You're getting ads in California? What? Why? You know, it could be for the other other I don't, obviously not in California, but could it be the other things that are on the ticket? You drum up Kamala voters, that means your down ticket probably does successfully too. So maybe that's it. All I get is gay bars and DC ads. That's some great technical analysis. NVIDIA 5-minute looking decent. If we get in the Philly media market, the ads are relentless. Oh, anybody in Pennsylvania? Oh man, I'm sure Wisconsin and what's the other, Michigan. I bet you guys are just getting hammered. Reddit is shadow banning anything positive on Elon and Trump. You live in PA. All right. What is this? Hoo-hoo. What I just missed. Man, it went to $5. Was it a cuck and go too? No. Okay. That was telling though. That was a nice candle to play off of. It's opening at 525. Damn it. OKLO trying to break above that 1960 area. Watch that one. And if that goes, maybe NNE as well. Yen. I don't know what that is. Jeez. Directional daily. China Bull 3X. Jeez.
ATCH Atlas Clear Holdings getting some big volume coming in now. Alpha Tango Charlie Hotel.
Is the halt bot not working today? I didn't catch you. Oh. Doesn't like IPOs. That makes sense. Anyone have the resumption time on it? Five. 5 seconds. $4.8. Oh, is Cosmos giving me the quote? Gapping down? 1032. Yeah, I know. I want the second. Oh, there it is right there. Oh, the gap down. Wow. 460. Oh, that's dirty. That's filthy. NNE's doing a 5-minute cock right now. That's doing much.
That's Nuclear Energy Notes. Dominion Energy CEO currently speaking on CNBC. It is on already announced partnership between Amazon and Dominion Energy.
NVIDIA cock and drop on the 5. We use the bot for 2 hours. So early and change sex. Oh, jeez. Where's this thing going? Hollow former runner putting in some work here. Sub bucket list.
Letter D, Dominion Energy Company CEO Robert Blue on CNBC discussing the Amazon
go potential. This
energy
actually
deal.
Here. The high now. 60. Do it. Man, this thing's wishy-washy. Not a huge fan of the daily. I really probably shouldn't be looking at this. Mezzy with the 100 biddies all over my face. Thank you, Mezzy. How you doing, Mezzy? This is pull back in a little too long here. Not really convinced this does anything here. Next pulse. Oh, oh, there it is. I filled at 63. What horse cock that is. 769. I'll take it. I'll take it. Hollow setting up. Let me put that over here. I like Hollow. Hollow's a good trader. Was.
LGMK shares getting a pop here with penny stock.
Fun cuck and go 5 minute. Is this over 85? So this 5 minute could do well. And it's sitting on the 9 EMA on the 5. Am I playing Tesla for earnings? Heck no. I don't play earnings. I'll do it a few times a year, maybe. Maybe. I don't think I've done it at all this year. Too many variables, too many computers you're trading against. Could have phenomenal earnings in stock tanks. I mean, and you could have shit earnings in the stock reps. Like, I don't want to have anything to do with that. Hello. Got the move. Hit the Bollinger Band. Can we get 12 crack? I don't know if we will. Not what I was looking. Whoa, jeez.
Treasury Secretary Yellen says some entities supporting Russian war efforts, intermediaries, will be designated in new sanctions. That's Treasury Secretary Yellen.
Goes. There it goes. Yeah. Shook me out.
Yellen said threat of secondary sanctions on financial institutions has had significant event. Further actions of this type on our radar screen, very close to finalizing America's portion of $50 billion loan to the Ukraine. Yellen says loan to Ukraine not being financed by U.S. taxpayers, but income on Russian assets. That's Treasury Secretary Yellen. Yellen have agreed with Ukraine that if there is a war truce, Russian funds will still go to repay the loan. We'll meet with Ukrainian counterpart tomorrow.
What are we up to today? 278. Okay, we're getting there. $278. We're getting there.
Yellen said expects U.S. to contribute $20 billion to the $50 billion Ukraine loan.
What website do you go to reliable check gold and silver prices? I don't. It's not something I keep up with, honestly. I used to have one, but they're all just Google real-time gold prices. It's something that's very much watched by markets, so you might not be able to
Yellen
get real
said
time.
we want to make sure oil markets are
but
well
certainly,
supplied
you
and
know,
considering further sanctions.
a decent idea. GLD next has. He wants a website though. To give him, I assume you're talking about spot gold price. I used to use one. I can't remember the name of it. Real time spot gold price. Let's see if I can find the one I used to use. Google tells you right off the bat now with their AI. Is this real time? It might be delayed 15 minutes, but you know. Surely they're not streaming a real-time price. But this website has a chart. 1 second. Will it really do 1 second? Wow. So it's moving. I don't know if it's delayed a little bit or not, but goldprice.org. Ah, man. Okay, hello, took off. How often do you journal trades? Never. Rambling. So I've given this speech a million times, so just mute me if you want. If you've there's a few things I do to manage my emotional side when it comes to trading. For me,
Treasury Secretary Yellen says China
Shut up, Chuck.
economic.
I tend to focus on negatives quite a bit. So, for instance, if I had a red day yesterday and I wrote that down somewhere, I would focus on that red day yesterday and try to get it back today or the next day or the next day. It would be constantly in my thought process. And to some extent, it still is in my thought process. Even though I don't write it down, if I remember, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm down $2,000 from my high this year. I've got $2,000 to go. And every day I kind of think about that and I hate it. So I do things to kind of try to get my mind to forget about the negatives as quickly as possible. I used to journal. I used to have a calendar and I would write down every day, trying to be organized and complete as a trader, blah, blah, blah. Write down my P&L every day, and I'd have a list and have accumulated on the right side for each week and then a running total at the bottom. Real pretty, right? But I would focus way too much on that, and it would influence my trading. So say I was on the day, let's just use a daily example. If I was, and this is one of the reasons why I hide this, we'll get to that though. say I was down $500 on the day and I'm in a trade and it is moving and I'm up like $420 on it, $430. I'm thinking to myself, well, shoot, I'm only $70 away from break even right now. That's not the thought you need to have, because now I'm thinking, okay, I just hold it for $70 more and I'm break even on the day. Boom, good. No, I need to make the trade and sell when the stock is telling me to sell, when the chart is telling me to sell, not some arbitrary goal of reaching break even tells me. So I do things to minimize that as much as possible. Like I'm green right now, but I still had my P&L. I don't want to focus on that. I don't want this to influence my trading. So even if I take my next trade and it's a red trade, I don't want to mentally watch this number. Freaking A, dude. Okay. I don't want to watch this number go down. So when I think I'm going to take a red trade and I, for some reason, have this open, I will shut it. So I don't have to mentally watch that number go from $278 to 50 or whatever it does. I don't need the mental hit. I don't need to watch it. So for me, journaling, I couldn't do because I focused too much on the journaling and not enough on the trading. Now, is it beneficial to go back and maybe look at your trades and see what you did wrong? Sure. But as far as journaling P&L, I don't do that. No problem rambling. Wow, look at that. Oh, diagonal got. Wow. I don't like this market right now. I'm waiting for any kind of pullback that doesn't happen. Yeah, well, we pulled up the chart and I don't know where I put it. In the pin messages. Maybe general. Yeah, there it is. So traditionally, the S&P 500 has peaked for the most part October, November, December, and January. December being half of the time in the last since 1980, right? So you're looking at your best months of the year here. October, November, December, and January. After that, lull. December, January, 63%. Yep. Average total annual return, negative 18. Jeez. So we're in the stretch here for sure, where the market tends to do its best. So if you're looking for pullbacks, traditionally they're few and far between.
Yellen said broad tariffs, a misguided approach, will have negative impact on consumers and export industries.
Pattern 2 weeks before a vote of a new president.
Yellen said dollar is and remains the world's
pattern.
primary reserve currency.
I don't know. I have no idea.
There is no
I think traditionally you do, regardless of who wins or whatever,
currency
you
that
do
I
get a
see as a
move up.
candidate
I
in the
mean,
near future
move up
to
after the
replace
elections.
dollar.
That's just, I have no way to confirm that though. That's just what I feel like over my trading life. I've felt. Yeah. The market wants to know who's in charge. SMCI. They want to know. Ideally, the market wants a split power structure. So someone has the presidency, and then maybe the House or the Senate is the other side. That's what the market really wants. Because that means nothing structurally changes. Power's divided, not much gets done. The market knows what the set of rules will be for at least 2 years, probably 4
Yellen
years.
said bringing deficits under control
and
will
it
help
can
ensure
operate.
demand for U.S. debt.
DJT setting up for something. We're doing a little 5-minute cock here. It's kind of all over the place, but it's flirting with that 33.50. Hollow, not much there. I need something else besides save here. Oh, might get this move up on NVIDIA. ALLR. Senior Yellen's done. How you really feel about it, Cheese? Oh, jeez.
GOVX trader circulating.
I took a GOVX, no chat room circulation attempts on a pre-market node for GOVX.
Sega's popping here. What's the pre-market note? NNE 5-minute Bollinger Bands are getting tight. DJT 5 minutes still in play. Hollow's giving it all back. Does the United States go through majority minority governments after president? So, if so, wouldn't it majorly affect the U.S. I'm not sure what your question means. Once our elections are set in November, you'll have 2 years of that same government. And then in 2 years, we have some House of Representatives up for
Altair Engineering exploring a sale after
election,
tracking
and some senators.
takeover interest. That from
Maybe.
Reuters.
I don't know how many senators are up this time around.
Altair Engineering is exploring a
Yep,
sale
the
of receiving
midterms.
acquisition interest. That from 3 people.
So the
Talking
House
to
and the Senate can
Reuters.
flip
Potential
potentially
bidders, including
in
Cadence
2 years.
Design
So
Systems.
every 2 years, we have some form of election. Presidential election is every 4 years, and then the midterms.
That's Charlie
always
Delta, November
every 2
Sandy.
years. U.S. uses the stupid supermajority. I love our system. I think it's great. I find it genius. I love that it's slow. Especially in today's freaking world. It needs to be slow. Multiple flyers for both Senate candidates every day. And you're Providence. Are you in Canada? Oh, this makes sense now where you're coming from. For some reason, I was thinking you were in Europe. DJT 5 minute. Nice candle to play off of.
DRUG, Bright Minds getting a pop here. Delta Romeo Uniform Golf.
Drug. Jeez. This thing's crazy. Eight.
Hey, note on ticker Coinbase COIN. Note that Dark Web Informer is posting Alias alleged leaked data from Coinbase.
Oh, great.
Ticker Coinbase seeing increased activity on that note.
Yeah. I love the Electoral College. Yep. I'm a fan of the history of it. I like what it does. it's an example of how our entire government is set up as well. If you can't get past it, if you think about it, it's genius. If you're going to keep smaller states in the union, which are important, you got to give them a voice.
IDAI penny stock popping here. India Delta.
So ticker
Alpha India.
DRUG should have seen a spike in activity, new highs. Bright Lines Delta Romeo Uniform Golf.
Oh, let's move here. 14. We gotta get this 1 minute MACD to flip. Ayla has allegedly leaked data of Coinbase. What is Ayla? Dude, drug is insane, man. Jeez. Just a casual $5 move in 5 minutes. 10% stock move in 5 minutes. Getting frisky. Watch that MACD. One more failed cuck here would be great. Drug hitting $49.
No ticker Tesla, TSLA should have seen a spike in activity, new lows for Tesla.
All right, there's our cuck. Cuck and go. 33.14. It's there. It's ready. Oop, that wasn't it. What did that fill at? 19. Are you freaking kidding me? So this is a 5 minute cock here. Bollinger Bands are super tight.
TSVT getting a pop here. Tango Sandy Victor Tango. TSVT.
Running into a Bollinger Band right now. Hopefully it doesn't hit it and slingshot it back down.
Seeing volume in the stock. 270 bio.
No, it's a marijuana ETF. It's seen an increase of activity, new highs. Michael Sandy, Oscar Sandy.
All right, we're getting the expansion through the Bollinger Band. And so far, there we go. That's what we wanted to see.
Marijuana stocks moving here.
Did some candidate comment on marijuana? Mary Joanna? All right, good trade, good trade, good trade. Okay. That was beautiful with that cuck right there. Jesse's World.
I took a DBGI, Delta Bravo Golf India. Shares are seeing a spike in activity, new highs for DBGI.
If you're interested in Benzinga, which you're listening to right now, exclamation point news, these are the links to Benzinga and my other news source that I use. Been using them for over 10 years now, and I will use them my entire trading career. That's how important they are. Shut up, Cheese. What a dumb thing to say. I wonder how many people, Cheese, you keep from getting Benzinga and they miss out on making money because of that. Jeez! Cheese uses Bloomberg. So, okay, you're right. If you can't afford, if you don't want Benzinga, then you go pay your $40,000 a year to use Bloomberg. Does Bloomberg have a squawk service, Cheese? Huh? Does it, Cheese? Or you can spend $400 a year, whatever the heck it is, after discount, and get it sloppy. I have 2 terminals. Like, doesn't even make sense. I don't understand why you even need a terminal anymore. Like, it's got to be all web-based by now, right? Let me see if someone has done a review recently of the Bloomberg terminal, because I want to watch what it looks like now. Bloomberg terminal. Like, you used to never be able to see anybody 4 years ago. So 6 months ago. All right, let's check.
See,
4
Citigroup
years
at the
ago.
highs of the day now.
Like, no one does
63.13,
videos on
up
this.
2%. Letter C.
Chart. Okay, so Bloomberg has their own videos, but no one has got videos of it that isn't them. 4 years ago, 1 year ago, from Bloomberg. So it runs on Citrix.
Are you logging?
All right, let's watch this. Oops.
Into the Bloomberg terminal for the first time and want to know how to get the most out of it? Hi there, I'm Ryan. Welcome to the Bloomberg Terminal Essentials series. Today, we'll be looking at the most basic and frequent activities you'll need to know, like logging in,
Logging in, loading it up, and paying $40,000.
securities, navigating functions, and sending messages. Plus, I'll show you how to get help from terminal experts like me at any time, just in case you get stuck. But I'm sure you'll be a super confident user in no time.
Oh, I know. I'm sure it's super easy to navigate.
The terminal connects you to a financial community of more than 350,000 professionals. I've heard from many users that they love how powerful the terminal is and how it connects data, news, analytics, and people in an efficient package. If you're looking for a specific kind of function, use the chapter feature on YouTube to move ahead to the appropriate section. Otherwise, let's get started.
The unit.
Your firm's data and terminal security are incredibly important. That's why logging in requires biometric verification if you're using Bloomberg Anywhere. We call this system the B-Unit. Do you have the B-Unit app yet? If not, pause this video and scan this to download it to your phone. This app will let you log into the terminal from wherever you happen to be working. The app uses a
And, might as
combination
well
of
watch
your
something
username,
cool while I wait.
password, and biometric data
Oh,
to make
best
sure
time.
you're really you. If you're logging in from a
those
Bloomberg terminal and you've got a keyboard that looks something like this, you'll be instructed on screen to use the fingerprint scanner in the top right corner. Got a keyboard that looks something like this, you'll be instructed
That's right. You have your own Bloomberg keyboard that you have to manage on your desk. Have fun with
on
that.
screen to use the fingerprint scanner in the top
TSM.
right corner.
Taiwan Semiconductor notified U.S. that one of its chips was in
Okay.
Huawei device after a Tech Insights teardown. That is from Reuters source.
So now you're
That's,
logged into the
Tango
terminal.
Sandy
What are we
Michael,
looking at here?
TSM.
The largest part of the window is the function area. Functions are like the programs within the terminal. They're used to load things like data, news, research, and a lot more. Above
Shares
the
of
function
Taiwan
area is the
Semiconductor.
command line. Typing lets you enter
on that
shortcuts to
report again,
functions,
Reuters
like
says
W to get to
Taiwan
worksheets.
Semiconductor
Or you
notified
can search
US
for
that one of its
information
chips
by
was in
typing a
Huawei
question
device
or
after a Tech
keywords.
Insights teardown.
After you type your command, press
That's,
enter
TSM,
or the
Tango
green Go
Sandy
button on a
Michael.
Bloomberg keyboard. Above the command line are two other important fields, your loaded security and the related
SPCE,
functions
shares
menu.
getting a pop
We'll come
here.
back to both of these as they're pretty useful. Finally, at the top of the window is a place where you can open new tabs within your terminal window. These work just like tabs in a web browser. Press the plus button to open a new tab for easy multitasking. You could also drag tabs to create
Hang on. Jeez. Almost made a very, very, very important mistake. That's my created jerseys that I brought to the farm that I brought home, and I just left them at the top of my basement stairs. And I was like, oh crap, the cleaning lady's gonna think it's laundry. And I was right. They were in the laundry room, ready to get. Luckily, she has a brain and sees autographs on them and didn't wash them yet. But that could have been bad. Okay.
more windows for side-by-side work. Now that's efficiency. Now that you know what you're looking at, you probably want to see how the terminal can give you access to key financial information.
For those that know, you have 2 minutes to throw all the things like this, the shit, all over my face for 2 minutes. Mutant Discord, I apologize. It's free, you can pick anything you want. I want to see 40 planes going across. I wonder what that's going to look like. Oh, thank you for the boobies. Why did I say that? Oh, shit on my face. I love shit on my face. Oh, Switzer, you missed. Let's go. More shit on my face. More shit on my face. More shit on my face. Throw those. Oh, bronze. Oh, a dog on my head. Shit on my face. Oh, you're so happy. Dog on my face. You guys are slow today. Gnome, let's go. Shit on my face. Ooh, a big fat man. I love big fat men. Happy Halloween, F. Shit on my face. It's a bomb, watch out! Shit on my face. Ooh, a bra. Let's party, dude. Shit on my face. Bananas, yum. Ooh, a bra. Slime, yucky. Shit on my face. Scam, suck your dick. I don't even know what that is, Switzer. Freaking A. Come on! More! More! Huck. Two and more! The cleaning lady's like, what's going on down there? More!
GRND grinder.
More!
About 7% on.
Come on! Come on! Come on! You guys are like high and you're aiming too high. Get into my mouth. Get in my mouth. Come on! You got like 10 seconds. Get him in! Get him in! Oh my my
JP Morgan
gosh.
shares are selling off here.
Oh!
Julia Papa-Michael,
No airplanes.
Jamie Dimon,
It's very interesting.
making
Was
some
it good for you
comments.
guys? Was it good for you? The hell? Go back to my.
Well, ticker JPM shares seeing a spike in activity. No New York Times with the piece says Jamie Dimon privately supports Kamala Harris.
New York
Went down
Times
on that
reporting
comment?
Jamie Dimon.
What was that? I don't even know what that was.
Privately supports Harris. That
What the hell does this say? Suck it. Okay. Chicka Bow Wow. Do they allow planes during the viewer attack phase?
Ticker DBGI shares seeing continued heavy activity. New highs. Delta Bravo Golf India.
Because I didn't see any. No? Oh. All right, what was I doing? Oh, yeah.
If you're using the mnemonic shortcut in the command line. By clicking this Related Functions menu button, you'll get suggestions on other useful functions similar to the one you're exploring right now. You could also NAT IB window. IB stands for Instant Bloomberg, and it's the chat system that connects you to every other user with a Bloomberg account. That includes people from your firm or even counterparties at other firms and corporates. You'll just enter the name of the user here and type your message.
Oh,
IB
whoa,
goes way beyond that.
jeez. They got DMs available in the Bloomberg terminal.
You could use it to send price inquiries, news, share research with many users at once, and a lot more.
Now I know.
Okay, but what if you're in a function and you're not sure what it does or how to use it to its full potential?
Why would I know
We've
that?
got you covered.
I've never seen one in real life.
This question
would I
mark
know
is in
that?
the top right of every screen. Click it and select Help page to get a complete tutorial on the function you're looking at. There's also a Help shortcut in the Favorites toolbar at the top of your terminal window.
Yeah.
If you're using a terminal keyboard, there's even a dedicated button for seeing this Help page. Sometimes I like to talk to a real person about
I
a
bet you do, Ryan.
question. There's two ways to do that. From the question mark menu we just opened, you could also select Live Help. Both of these methods open up a live 24/7 chat with a Bloomberg representative. And I could say from experience that they really know their stuff and want to answer any kind of question you throw at them. We've learned a lot, and it's time for some lunch. But how do you log off so your data stays protected? Use the shortcut Off and press Go to end your session. There's also a specific button on the Bloomberg keyboard for that too.
DJT going for
Now you've
high day
hopefully
here.
got the tools to start exploring the
I just
terminal.
missed it.
Logging
Freaking A.
on, running functions, navigating to new discoveries, getting help, and logging off will all
Ticker
soon become
DJT
second
shares seeing
nature.
continued
For more
activity. New
terminal
highs. Delta
essentials
Julia
videos like
Tango.
this, subscribe to this channel. Thanks for watching and see you soon.
Keyboard was always sticky. Jeez.
DJT, Trump Media shares popping to the high. Delta Julia Tango, DJT.
Oh, 2 more days and I get to see what Arrow Lake can do. Supposedly, the 9900 X3D or whatever the next top of the line AMD chip is also going to be release date will be announced. So that'll be good. So maybe I get to decide how much better AMD is. Because if I ain't against going AMD, I am not. I know how to operate Intel chips very well. I don't know how to operate AMD at all. I like the stuff you got to do with the memory. I just haven't learned it.
GE Aerospace CEO Cope tells Reuters we're ramping not only to support new LEAP engine deliveries, but also aftermarket demand. We have a lot of work to do to keep pace with Airbus 75 jets a month. Production plan, expect certification of upgraded high-pressure turbine blades of LEAP 1A engines in a matter of weeks. Ramp rate of 777X engine will be a function of what Boeing needs and wants. Culp said Boeing workers ratify new labor agreement and everybody will get back to work. Kelly Ortberg was an excellent selection for Boeing's CEO role. We're doing all we can to support Ortberg and Boeing at this time. Ortberg is clearly focused on resolving Boeing's labor situation. That's GE and BA. Shares of Boeing right now 159.66, not reacting to those comments. Bravo Alpha. Shares of GE off the low is at 178.79, down about 7, almost 8% on GE, Golf Echo.
You got a new 14 gen? How quickly did they refund you? What's up, Serg? We got a bunch of inside candles here. So pop or drop.
On ticker MPW, Michael Papa Whiskey noted updated short report being posted from Viceroy Research
I
on
love how the
MPW.
candlestick chart is.
No
5
firm has been
seconds
short on
behind
MPW in the
time.
past.
How did I get filled? It didn't. Okay. Yuck. Sloppy. Sloppy candle. Hate taking an L on a trade I was green on, but
ACON, a Clarion getting a pop here on heavy volume coming in. Alpha Charlie Oscar November, ACON.
Chuck must be long AC.
Viceroy
Here,
Research
fine,
on
I forgot.
MPW says
Yes,
under
yes,
Waterland.
Nice.
Medical Properties Trust.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought would happen there. Yeah, it really seems like it was the motherboards that were kind of the culprit with the CPUs. We're just allowing them too much leeway. Yeah. But that definitely is fixed with Arrow Lake. Question is,
In notes and ticker Qualcomm, an exclusive coming out from Late Post. We have learned that smart driving developer Ching Ching has reached a cooperation with chip giant Qualcomm that now being circulated.
HXL, Hexel, exploring to divest operations in Austria. Hotel X-Ray Lima.
not going to move this thing at all? Is that news not that important? There it is. News is hitting the wire now. Cooperation develop. All right, I'll take it. Nice little win there. Not as bad, or not as nice sounding as I first thought. Hey man, long time. What's up, Bishop? I have a question. Last week I lost $200 for trading basically on like stock. Should I stop permanently and get in with lower amount of cash? So I'm not sure what you're asking. If you're still I don't know where you are in your trading career, Bishop. It has been a very long time. So I'll say this. If you're still in the learning phase and haven't established yourself as a profitable trader, paper trade, right? If you're past the paper trading stage and you took a 200, you're in the learning phase. So if you're successful on paper, then you're graduating into real money. And I don't know where you are in real money, but I always say, once you go real money, you got to start over, so to speak, is you start with one share. Too much emotions. Okay. You got to start with one share and be profitable with one share, then 5 shares, then 10 shares, and be profitable. Now, you're not looking to make money during this time. You're just learning to see how, now Qualcomm goes. You're learning to see how you act and react to a profitable trade or a red trade. If you're successful with small share size, then you're slowly adding more and more shares to where you start making more and more money. How does that affect you? If you get emotional at any point, that's your limit and you need to bring it back a notch. So if you got to 100 shares and like you feel a rush when you're profitable at 100 shares, you probably need to stop there and or knock it down a notch. Go to 75 or 50. Same thing as if you're red. If you get emotional and start making trades you normally wouldn't trade at a certain share count, you're doing too many shares. You got to drop it down a notch. You got to be taking trades where you don't feel anything. You're dead inside. FAA chief agency to announce air taxi rule on Thursday. Okay. What's up, Cater?
Ticker New York
problem,
Times. The
Bishop.
scoop from Axios. News Guild has filed an unfair labor practice charge against New York Times.
DJT, 1 minute cut and go here. How many more legs this thing's got? 33, 77. There we go. It's ready for it. There it goes. Nope. There it is. How did they both had the same entry spot and one filled and the other didn't? Explain to me that one, Batman. What was that? All right, I'm getting out of there. There's some funkiness going on. That cocked and dropped and then sideways. Nope. I ain't playing that game. NNE 5-minute, decent look. Drug has a W potential. Oop, and there it goes. 4827. That should have done better. That should have gone high day. I don't like it now.
Ticker IONQ. Sure seeing a spike in activity, new highs. India, Oscar, November, Quebec. IONQ.
SOC, Sable Offshore Corporation, getting some volume. Sandy Oscar Charlie, SOC.
Ooh. These 1800s are very sus. I thought that was going to cross up and it didn't. If you get a cock here, it might still.
Let's take a PTC, Papa Tango Charlie. Shares are seeing an increase of activity, new lows. Note Circulations PTC is among the potential bidders for ALTR.
Just trying to lower my size. Didn't do what I thought it would do, so I'm gonna get out while it's a small loss rather than a larger one. This is a 5-minute W with a cock. Like, you break that 48.30, it should have shot into orbit. Didn't. It could still do it, but I ain't gonna wait around for it. NNE looking really. There's that 5-minute we were just talking about.
MMLP, Martin Midstream Partners, issued statement reaffirming commitment to pending transaction. That's Michael Lima Papa. Says Conflicts Committee determined merger deal with Martin Resources Management Corporation is fair and reasonable. That's MMLP, Michael Lima Papa.
Wow.
Ticker REKR, Romeo Echo Kilo Romeo. No company is out with an AK. It says pursuant to the terms of the PPA, within 1 year, the company could receive an additional $20 million in advance on the same terms, the prepaid advance. Watch the REKR on that note.
Another 5-minute cuck on drug. What's up, Finn? Find Ivy. Hear about Go AI coin? No.
RUM Rumble moving to the highs now, $6.02. Romeo Uniform Michael.
Pen Gaming popping here.
No ticker HCAT, Hotel Charlie Alpha Tango. Shares are seeing a spike in activity, new highs. No circulation, they do long idea from Zacks, HCAT.
Fun, really tight 5-minute. Break. Damn it. Damn it.
BNZI, Bonsai regains compliance with NASDAQ minimum bid price rule. That's Bravo November Zulu India, BNZI.
It's gonna halt up on that. And then E. Oh, I'm gonna miss it. I think I just did miss it. Golly, it's thin.
BNZI shares popping here at $3.37 on that news.
Oh my gosh, look at the fun move. 40s. Damn it.
Shares halted on a circuit breaker.
Shut up, Big Harry. kind of like drug here. Couple 5-minute cucks. I didn't do anything. Is the right time of day though? I don't know. Funware is going freaking nuclear. Wow. JT is going nuclear. What is this all about right now? Stop. And a knee broke. Damn it. Damn, DJT. That is a very erect candle. Go on your freaking peaches. Put it on a plane. Lurkers.
Ticker PSQH, Papa Sandy, Quebec Hotel shares are seeing a spike in activity, new highs. PSQH.
Not sure what that is.
Note mentioned stock is tied to a Trump trade on PSQH.
Trump trade. Well, let's see if it wants to go. Back to fun. Close that. Back to this. Really loud.
Ticker EL, Estee Lauder shares are selling off, new lows. Note L'Oreal is reporting sales.
Oof.
No ticker ULTA also seeing increased activity, new lows.
EL is tanking here. Fun with the 1 minute. It's not doing much yet. Hello. Coney. Really want to watch Fun for maybe a W there.
L'Oreal reported Q3 group net sales of 10.28 billion euros versus 10.52 billion
No ticker
euros.
GNPX. No day 13G. Filing for GNPX.
That's, L'Oreal
6.7%
Estee
stake.
Lauder pulled back on that. EL to the lows. Also, Ulta
GNPX.
dipped on that. ULTA.
Not a huge position, but enough to maybe pop a low floater. Yeah. Oh. Look at the sellers. Look at the sellers.
L'Oreal says global beauty market has been normalizing
Nope.
throughout the year. Chinese ecosystem has become even more challenging.
DJT when McCock worked. I was shocked, honestly.
Shares of Banzai International popping to more highs now, $3.80 and pulling back. BNZI.
Flush out. How can I start with trading? Paper trade, my friend. Open up a brokerage account and use fake money to trade with as you practice and learn strategies. Get the ins and outs. That's how you start. And hang out here. How much to start with? Well, it's free if you paper trade. If you're trying to day trade, and then you're in the United States, you have to have $25,000 in your account to open up a what's the word I'm looking? Margin account. Thank you.
No ticker GNPX. Shares continuing to see heavy activity on a 13G filing. Golf November Pop X-ray.
Now it goes up. Son of a gun. Tell you more about paper trading. It's just like trading in the market, but you're using fake money to practice with. Yeah, check them out. Wow, it's bad, dude.
RUM Rumble making more highs now, $6.25. Romeo Uniform Michael.
OKLO is doing a 5-minute cuck here. It's doing nothing. Watch for maybe a move up. It's TNX. NVIDIA has been consolidating all day too. See if that wants to break out of range soon.
No ticker NAYA. NAYA. Note form RW out. Withdrawn offering. November Alpha Yankee Alpha.
They just IPO'd and then they did an offering? Oh, ticker change. Fun. I just missed it. It's the spot right there. Jeez, you're safe here, putting in a 5-minute cock, but got a squeeze forming. So pop or drop here. Look at these Bollinger Bands. Jeez. Go up because you got jumped. No. I highly doubt it's moving because of McDonald's. Oh, that's what I did want to look up. I wonder what McDonald's did with that. Nothing. Here's fun. Shit. Just missed it again. I've missed fun 3 times on really nice setups today. 88 is the high. I just hit it. Okay. Jeez. We could have bought this at $12. $12. Oh my gosh, FOMO's at 13. Roger that, cheese. Good trade overall, right? DJT doing a 1-minute pullback.
Ticker TTD trade desk share spiking with activity. TTD.
Oh. What's a trade desk sympathy?
TTD trade desk shares popping here. Tango Tango Delta.
Meta?
Spotify launching its own ad exchange, which will partner with Trade Desk. That's SPOT and TTD.
Oh, you're sniffing peaches.
Ticker Spotify shares spiking with activity. SPOT. Note coming from Axios, Spotify is launching an ad exchange. We'll partner with Trade Desk.
Spotify and
What's a competitor to Trade Desk?
Trade Desk.
Short that? I don't know that space very well. I'm surprised BuzzFeed hasn't joined the pops from DJT, Funware, Rumble, because that's on that list too. If that gets volume, that'll be one to play, I think. This NNE is so tight.
GRND grinder, more highs now. 1368. Golf Romeo November Delta.
What? Oh man. A lifetime measure of 3 million. Jug shot, 39 months. Let's go. I didn't get that. I haven't been able to watch any of the games yet.
Bolts had a rough one last night.
At Toronto, our power play's ass. I gotta figure that out. All are in most cases. Roger. Damn, DJT pulling back finally. The 90 MA. You get a 34 crack? There it is. And a rebound. Not really. What the hell? Is that grandma's? Is that grandma? Son of a bitch. They're giving you all too many tools. Imagine being a new person that comes to this channel like on the daily, right? We got new people all the time. They're lurking, whatever. And they just see you all talking about grandma's peaches, viewer reward. Like they have no clue. Hermie, I mean, they have no clue what's going on. Probably more so than any other channel. Yeah. Waffle stomping. Our emotes are freaking poops getting stepped on. I have no clue about the viewers. Pain. Oh, jeez. Flute playing, 50 years old. I mean, clueless. They're already clueless when they see the
Hey, no
screen.
ticker OKLO shares are seeing an increase of activity. Note circulations of a short report titled small modular nuclear reactors untested and unsafe.
Eh. Every day's happy birthday. Yeah. This is pretty freaking tight here. Jeez. Well, they all pulled back when DJT pulled back. I still like this NVIDIA. Chickabawa. Chickabawa, you must have made a lot of money this month. Should get a move on NVIDIA pretty soon, up or down. Ched, let's go, buddy. Welcome aboard. Fun fact, you're already looking better. That's the secret reward here. When you subscribe to the channel, the longer you sub, the better looking you become over time. It's scientifically unproven, and that's a fact. Pants, he wants part of it too. He's like, yep, I want to become more handsome. Let's go, bud. Back to back new subs. Let's go. Gotta show some love. That's right, you do. Send feed pics. Shut up, time taker. I call it the fountain. Oh gosh, what is this gonna say? Time taker, keep dream. Now we're messaging each other. Okay, hello, popping up. Take a look at that. So they shorted, put a short report out on it, and then it pops up, huh? That's the game we're gonna play. I like it. Break 60, we can have some fun. NNE on watch for a sympathy move if this thing gets crazy. Right now we're just Bollinger Band to Bollinger Band. DJT 5 minute on watch.
SGMO, Sangamo Therapeutics. AC Wainwright reiterates their buy rating and $5 price target. That's Sandy Golf Michael Oscar, SGMO.
There is a 5 minute squeeze on
Shares
OKLO
of
if it gets going.
Sangamo right now up about 39% at a
Let's take a
$1.27
Regeneron. Shares
off
are seeing increase of
earlier
activity, new
highs.
lows.
That's,
Remove golf after
SGMO.
November.
And there's NVIDIA. Freaking A! DJT, wow. For 13 NE. Horseshit fill. Yeah, I was gonna get a horseshit fill. Watch the. I don't know if you're being facetious. I don't know if you're being facetious. And there's the drop. What you gonna do down here? Oop. Sauce pack. Watch that OKLO. I like this one too because it's pretty tight. But OKLO, I feel like is the mover, the leader. See if I can squeeze some shorts. Funware 5 minute definitely on watch. DJT just did well. How did it hit 73? That's some horseman. That's some horse shit. Nah, I screwed that up. I should have exited right there. Hello. A lot of volume. You go punch that 83. People are going to be in some trouble.
Now shares of Regeneron. Shares continuing to sell off, new lows.
There goes. Keep pushing, baby. Come on. NNE is close to some 5-minute levels. Got this little flat top right here at 24.30. KLO still hovering around this 2082 level. I don't know where I got it from. I'm pulling back. So 1 minute. Do it, enemy. 30. $0.10 spread. That's annoying. Break the 30. 24.30. Break it, enemy. And this needs to keep going. Don't you freaking stall out now. 92.93. Push it. There you go.
Semaphore reporting SoftBank and Apollo discussed a giant fund to invest in data center. That's Alpha Papa Oscar.
Come on. Catch up. Funware 5-minute is there. If I wasn't in this trade, I'd be looking at that one hot and heavy. Am I on the day? Okay.
SoftBank and Apollo discussed about setting up a fund of more than $20 billion. That's SFTBY APO. Cisco CSCO getting some volume here. Charlie Sandy, Charlie Oscar popping to the high of the day, up about 10 cents now. See Charlie Sandy, Charlie Oscar.
TDR reclaim. Same as a
Semaphore said that
really big
venture
squeeze
would
still.
likely involve industry partners, including ARM. That's Alpha Romeo Michael, ARM. Shares in ARM right now at 150.86, down about 1%. ARM.
I took REGN, Romeo Echo Golf, November. Note unconfirmed circulations on the name REGN.
Of what? Dude, is this thing gonna go high today? If this 2120 level holds, I think so. Save getting some movement here. Or volume, I should say. Still on watch. Yeah, that's
FIVN on 5-9 under pressure from activist Legion Partners. That's Foxtrot India Victor November, FIVN. That from Reuters.
shot up.
Shares of 5-9 spiking to the highs 31.82. Now about flat for the day. FIVN.
DJT 5 minutes there. I think that's a cuck. No. Hello, there's the volume. Okay, Hello's pulling back. I've been in this too long. I'm gonna take my $100. I'll keep a runner. Okay. Mm-hmm. I know. I said I'm keeping a runner. I'm really looking for that 2450. Just how did that happen? Look where the ask is, and then what? So Dick's the whole chart up.
MSOS, the cannabis ETF shares making new highs now. 737 up about 3.75%. That's Michael Sandy Oscar Sandy.
Drug down a VWAP. Any buyers down there? This just pisses me off right now. There we go. Oh, you bastard. DJT 5-minute cuck. Might be putting a hammer in. We'll see how that closes. About 30 seconds. It'd be potential W. Getting cheeky here. One penny spread, really? Okay.
EDBL Echo Delta Bravo Lima share seeing spike in activity, new highs. EDBL.
Oh, that's a pot play. Edible. Wow, this thing is really falling. All right, potty break. Be right back.
VFS, VinFast popping to the highs, up 5.5%. Company with their delivery numbers this morning. Victor Foxtrot Sandy. Company delivered 21,912 electric vehicles in the third quarter. That's VFS. NCNC, Noco announced revised timelines for reverse stock split, November Charlie, November Charlie. Noco's reverse stock split now to be implemented on or about December 20th, 2024. That's November Charlie, November Charlie. Shares of Regeneron fell after court rejects request for temporary injunction for Eylea generic. Shares of Amgen moving higher. AMGN.
Ticker JOBY shares seeing an increase of activity. Also shows EVTL. That the FAA is out, saying with new rule, FAA is ready for air travel of the future. Watching EVTL stocks on that news.
FAA chief air taxi rule to cover operations, pilot training. Says agency to release final air taxi rule Tuesday. Shares of Joby popping on that news. JOBY. Julia Oscar Bravo Yankee.
EVTL stocks continuing to see heavy activity on that news.
Final trades on CNBC, ACN Accenture, IBM, RCL Royal Caribbean, IYG, the iShares US Industrials ETF. Final trades on CNBC.
That's EVTL stocks that continue to see heavy activity at the highs.
Joby hitting
No
new
shares
highs
at
now,
HCHR also at the highs.
$5.87 on
Archer
that
Aviation.
FAA News, Julie Duska, Bravo Yankee.
Relatively light volume
JOBY.
BLDE, Bravo Lima Delta Echo also at highs.
RANI, Rani Therapeutics, Zacks Small Cap Research with a $12 price valuation. That's
The marijuana stocks continue to see
Romeo
heavy
Alpha
activity,
November
new
India,
highs for the
RANI.
marijuana ETF MSOS. Ticker CGC, Charlie Golf, Charlie also seeing new highs.
Joby now hitting near $6 at the highs. Julie Oscar Bravo Yankee.
Let's take a Robinhood shares are seeing a spike in activity, new highs, 8 Hotel Oscar Delta.
HOOD, Robinhood shares getting a little pop here to the highs. Hotel Oscar Delta. DB, Deutsche Bank, with some guidance, sees full year EBITDA to be in the range of 3.3 to 3.4 billion euros. That's a Deutsche Börse correction on that. Disregard that. Joby hitting new highs now, up about 11%. Juliet Oscar Bravo Yankee. REGN, Regeneron, RBC Capital Markets said would buy on weakness. Worst case likely already more than baked in. Says another step closer to Biosim Eylea. That's Romeo Echo Golf November, REGN.
I left 2 frozen things, 1
Ticker JetBlue, JBLU shares are seeing increase of activity. No, circulations JetBlue previously no partnership with Joby Aviation that's being circulated.
EVEX getting a pop here. Company mentioned by traders for the Air Taxi FAA News. That's Echo Victor Echo X-Ray EVEX. NFLX, Netflix, Wall Street Journal reporting Netflix backs out of plan to develop blockbuster video game. That's November Foxtrot Lima X-Ray. That from the Wall Street Journal. Said Netflix pulled the plug on a developing its own high-end game called less than a year into development. That, according to a spokesperson, company laid off team of about 30 people in Southern California. That, according to the Wall Street Journal sources, that's NFLX Netflix.
With a pre-market note being circulated, Netflix is backing out of plan to develop blockbuster video game. Well, shares in Meta META. Shares seeing a spike in activity, new highs on Meta. Note ticker DJT and ticker Spotify. Note coming from Politico, Trump is set to appear on Joe Rogan's podcast and will be interviewed on Friday.
JOBY, Joby, more highs now, $6.26. Juliet Oscar Bravo Yankee, JOBY.
No ticker VCIG, Victor Charlie India Golf, shares spiking with activity, new highs, VCIG.
CSX reaches tentative agreements with the IBEW and CFO, ratifies deal with Smart TD. Charlie Sandy X-Ray secures new 5-year tentative collective bargaining agreements. That's Charlie Sandy X-Ray. That's CSX.
No ticker NCNC, November Charlie shares seen a spike in activity, new highs for NCNC. No ticker Goldman Sachs. That Goldman Sachs is to face a CTFC fine. Shares seen a spike in activity on that. I come from Wall Street Journal. Goldman Sachs faces CFPB fine over credit card business. No ticker NCNC. Shares seen continued heavy activity, new highs NCNC.
GS Goldman Sachs faces CFPB fine over credit card business, according to sources. That's Golf Sandy.
Did you miss me? Trust me on the way. I thought missed FAA news. What was it about? I thought that was Thursday. I thought that was freaking Thursday. Time did that come out? JBLU has money on Joby. Damn, man. I was looking at you, Joby, yesterday to take a swing in going into Thursday. Well, that sucks. Beta Chuck gave it to you. Damn it. We need a video to watch here.
ANGO, Angiodynamics, popping here. Alpha November Golf Oscar.
Okay, let's see here. Chuck just chewing away in our ears. All right.
But a
here we
lot
go.
of the
We got
stuff
one
that
from
you
the
guys do is
compound.
like different. It's not just like charts that you see anywhere. It's f***ing awesome.
Yeah, we try to do primary research and replicate anything that we think is interesting as opposed to just cite stuff.
Yeah, we try to just scrape the internet.
Yeah, no, we're just copying. So I saw a tweet today that made me literally LOL. It's from a gentleman named Tim Draper. Have you guys seen this? Did you see this?
I saw it.
Did you laugh?
He gave the same amount
Did
of
you,
money to Trump.
Stop. Let me just read it.
3
Okay.
days
But
ago.
did you actually laugh?
I just can't believe what.
Okay.
I can't believe what goes on.
So the last sentence is the coup de grace, but it's all f***ing amazing. All right, wanted to clear something up. I have donated to both the Harris and Trump campaigns roughly equal amounts. It allowed my wife and me to meet both candidates and make a more informed decision. I have come to the conclusion that both candidates have their hearts in the right place, and while they would set different paths for America, this is the part. I am optimistic that either part will be a positive step. I am endorsing both candidates.
What the heck?
What a great way to
It's
have
so
your cake
weak.
and eat it.
It's
You
the
know?
weakest possible.
I am
What is-
endorsing both candidates.
He's like a famous venture
yeah.
capitalist, right? Is he crazy rich?
Yeah.
Must be, right?
Yeah. I am
Okay.
endorsing both candidates. Same.
Endorsing the
sorry.
status quo.
So
Amazing.
I know that sounds funny to you, but that's like
no, the last part. I'm endorsing both candidates. Maybe Chuck. I didn't see that one coming.
yeah, but that's like more common, I think, than we think.
And
Like,
the replies are great. This is satire,
because
right?
I think no matter who wins, not just for president, but like governors, senators, people want access at a certain like level of wealth and certain businesses. People just like, I don't really care, but one of you is going to win. Here's money, and then hey, I backed you.
Yeah.
I think it's
Well,
more.
it's not a bad strategy.
Most people don't tweet it out.
It's not a bad strategy.
No.
I backed you. I
You
backed the
got-
other person, but backed you too.
I mean,
It's very practical, advocating indifference. You
Yeah, I love it. That's my
if
whole
you had
thing.
as much money as I did,
That's my whole
to be able
thing.
to meet
Wait, so-
these people, you'd be indifferent too.
Did he get torched?
Yeah. What do you think, Fernando? Where are you from? Where do you live?
So I'm in San Francisco Bay Area,
Okay.
but I grew up in Florida. I mean, Warren and I have pretty similar
Okay.
backgrounds growing up in small town Florida. But
Were you
I
at
moved to
Ned?
San-
Were you at Ned Davis too?
Yeah, so
That's where you guys met?
I
where
started
they met.
at Ned Davis in undergrad, kind of working part time in my junior year, and then got promoted to the research team, and then basically worked on the custom research team at Ned Davis, kind of working on projects for institutional clients. And then Warren came on as a strategist, and part of like our group's job was to help the strategists do their studies and teach them our custom programming language that Ned Davis Research had.
So you're mostly like an engineer.
I have like an engineering background. My undergrad's in finance. I did graduate school in computer science. So I kind of have a foot in each world. So yeah, I have kind of
He's
more
gi-
the technical side of things.
He's giving Matt Levine a little, right?
A little bit. Yeah.
Nick,
yeah.
you see it? He's good. He's good. You're
How-
giving a little Matt Levine.
How old are you guys?
I'm 37.
43.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good.
So I see-
Why good?
Because I met
Why is that
somebody.
good?
I'll tell you why. I met somebody the other day, and I was like, "How old are you?" That's not the first thing I said, but just in conversation, he goes 34. I'm like, I'm like older than people now. I felt like I was always the younger person.
Welcome,
Yeah,
to,
that's
welcome
that's
to
when
my
you-
world.
I know. I know.
That is the mark for when you know you're getting older. Is I used to walk into every room and be the young guy, and it's not like that.
Well, you're still the
anymore.
strongest.
Oh yeah.
Do you get mad when you meet someone who does roughly the same thing that you do, and they started after you and they're more successful?
Man,
What are you
I
trying
don't-
to say?
I could commit murder, is what I'm trying to say. And when I'm in that situation, like, does that piss you off at all?
So they started after me and they're farther ahead of me. Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying? I mean,
And younger than you, and more hair.
Trading Mama
yeah,
always
well, that
shows up.
definitely- The hair thing will get me, but beyond that,
On
like,
certain
I'm pretty,
things.
like I just stay in my own.
How you
lane.
doing,
It doesn't
Trading
bother
Mama?
me too much. to be
Really?
totally
I'm the
honest,
opposite
yeah.
of you. I am fueled by rage.
I'm in the middle.
I'll tell you what
of
fueled me is I heard Neil was coming after me for. The,
Oh yeah,
For the,
Neil
Yeah,
Dutta.
yeah.
Yeah.
He looked great last time I saw
Yeah.
him.
Yeah,
Neil's-
he said I was motivated.
Oh,
He's
my
only
God.
doing biceps though. I don't know if you know that. Hey, they caught the kid that took over the SEC's Twitter account in January and tweeted a fake announcement that the Bitcoin ETFs were approved.
Was it Jack Rins?
It's a 25-year-old kid. Yeah, he would do it just for fun. It's a 25-year-old kid from Athens, Alabama, and I don't know how there was no two-factor authentication on this
Wow.
this person's phone. That's how he pulled it off. But like the price of Bitcoin shot up $1,000 per coin within minutes,
Wait,
and I
they
guess
stole
that was
someone's
the,
phone
that
to
was
do
the
it?
trade.
Yeah.
The FBI is saying there are other people involved. They haven't named co-conspirators, but
no,
they said
hack
there's
their account.
co-conspirators. But this is how they caught the kid, I think. The Google searches were, how do I know if the FBI is after me?
Oh my god.
I'm not even making this up. What would be signs that I'm under investigation? And then Verizon stores near me. Like those, which I don't know. I don't know about the last one. But he was searching for news about himself. And I guess like if you're searching for things like, is the FBI looking at me? Maybe you go into a file somewhere.
You think?
But basically he called the phone company and got the phone company to change the eSIM over to his phone.
Oh, my.
And that gave him all the passwords.
Wow.
And there was no 2FA, so he was able to log in and tweet as this. Now, here's the irony. The actual ETFs got approved a week later, and the price went up like $30-something thousand per Bitcoin. So what was, literally what was the point?
Is he in trouble?
I think it goes away 10 years probably. They charge him with You want to hear the
What,
charges?
for making money? Can't
Oh,
make money
man,
anymore?
that's
Yeah,
rough.
it's a bull market. What do they charge him with? It's like multiple things, like aggravated identity theft. Yeah, no shit. Access device fraud. Conspiracy to commit aggravated identity. I don't know. It's not great, and I think they're gonna throw the book at him
Alright.
because it's the SEC.
Yeah, he's in trouble.
He's in trouble.
So
Oh,
Warren, you brought a notepad. Do you
Yeah.
doodle or are you taking notes?
You never know. You know, if
He's
he
quite an
starts-
artist. You know.
If he starts sucking
Josh
up,
is a doodler.
I really
yeah.
am.
Yeah.
I really am. Hey, can I play something for you guys?
Yes, sir.
You got to put this on to hear it, though.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right.
Whether you want to keep Jerome Powell as chair of the Federal Reserve, his term as chair runs on to May 2026.
Warren's already laughing.
Would you seek to remove or demote him?
Remote.
Look, I think it's the greatest job in government. You show up to the office once a month and you say, let's see, flip a coin. And everybody talks about you like you're a god. Oh, what will he do? I mean, before, the guy used to walk into my office, he was like begging. He was.
You did talk
You know,
about
and he was-
you talked about
Yeah,
removing
press
him
pause.
once.
What did he call
I
him?
did because he was keeping the rates too high.
What did he call him?
And I was
Wait, what do you call who? Jerome Powell?
Yeah.
He was like a dog.
A dog. He said that?
He said begging like a dog. Is that what he
I
said?
didn't
He says he's
hear.
like begging in his office.
right.
I couldn't hear.
And you would do that again.
In
All right,
fact,
thank you, Chase.
he actually dropped them too much when I did this. Because I said I was threatening to terminate him. There was a question as to whether or not you could. To say, as a very good businessman and somebody that's used a lot of sense, I think I have the right to say that, you know, I think I'm better than he would be. I think I'm better than most people would be in that position. I think I have the right to say I think you should go up or down a little bit. I don't think I should be allowed to order it, but I think I have the right to put in comments as to whether or not interest rates should go up or down.
When
All
This
right.
is just an evolution of forward guidance.
Yeah,
you
I
know?
love it.
So I am ready for an America where the president not only is the commander in chief, but also calls the shots on rate hikes. I'm
not
kind
ready
of,
for that.
Let's just go. Let's just see what happens. What's the worst that could happen? Imagine like one unemployment report comes in below expectations, at like during the midterms where it matters. He cuts rates to zero.
Zerp.
All right, let's get the show. Let's get the show going. It's enough. That was the Economic Club of Chicago, and it was moderated by Bloomberg's
Nice,
editor-in-chief,
Chief.
John
Very, very
Micklethwaite,
nice.
who I thought did an incredible job. And there was actually some substantive stuff that came out of there. We just played the funny part. 2,000% tariff sounds like it might be a
Very
problem.
nice.
Yeah, is this the election
your-
special?
Yeah,
You got your
we're not going to do
15-cent
we're not
move.
going to do political shit.
No, I'm down to talk about it.
All right, yo, welcome.
Friends.
Yeah, come on, play me in. That's you. This is me. You like that? That's my new
Oh,
song.
that's new?
That's my new
Is
song.
that Mike
All
Green?
Hey guys, welcome to an all-new edition of the Compound and Friends. We're in New York City right now. The weather is literally flawless. Would you agree with that? Yes, Nicole's bopping around. Holy cow, is it beautiful here. We have two extra special guests today. One a returning champion, and one a brand new friend for the Compound and Friends. Warren Pies is back. Warren is a co-founder and
UKK penny
strategist at
stock popping here.
314
November
Research.
uniform kilo nucleus.
An investment research platform
Company,
that provides
earlier
weekly insights.
Announced a 1-for-8 reverse stock split. That's in UKK.
Asset allocation frameworks, risk management, and omakase sushi. Welcome back, Warren Pies.
Anyone ever do omakase? Omakase.
Love having you here.
Omakase sushi,
Two or
whatever.
three?
This is 3. I actually feel like a friend now.
You're like a rock
One.
star at this
You're
point for the
part of the
audience.
friends.
All right, and you brought with you your business partner, Fernando Vidal. Fernando is a co-founder and chief data scientist at 314 Research.
Jeez,
Fernando is
you
also
never
the
did
lead
it!
inventor on multiple patents related to machine learning for
Yeah, it's
time
worth it,
series
right,
analysis and unsupervised learning. Warren and Fernando are also portfolio
It
managers
seems really-
for the
really nice.
FCTE ETF which began trading this July. We will definitely get to that later in the show. Guys, thank you so much for being here. How are we feeling today?
You shouldn't be allowed to touch
All right,
Carvana.
you look super
ever.
relaxed. I don't know. It's going to get a little hectic here. You guys have 500 charts?
Yeah, we're ready.
Lunch
All right,
Yeah,
awesome.
A lot of content.
All right, awesome. So
The place I was looking
wanna
at recently,
start with,
they charge you
I want
like
to start with this week on
you can bring your own bottles of wine or whatever to this one place, but they had like a $200 corking fee. I was like, damn.
on the YouTube channel, we did this thing about the 2-year anniversary of the bull market. So let me show you something really quickly. This is from ChartKid Matt. These are the sectors and how high they are above the 2022 bear market, like from that point. And the S&P 500 plus 22%.
It is.
And then you've got like
related.
a lot of room to catch up in things like comm services, real estate, energy, discretionary. Technology is plus 46% from that time.
That's crazy because it had what did XLK have? A 35% drawdown?
The biggest drawdown and the biggest
was it
recovery.
35, give or take? So
Yeah.
the fact that it's 46% above the previous highs, so it must have been a double from the low, give or take.
Yeah. So one of the things we were on, I was on with Wapner today, and the segment was called the Everything Rally, which of course means today was the top. But
Okay,
we were
low
going
levels.
through like what's going on right now. You're up 3.9% in bonds this year in the ag. You're up 45% in Bitcoin, 32% in gold. You're up in the Nasdaq. You're up in the Dow. You're the FTSE is breaking out all-time record highs. You're up. EM is up 17%. Europe is up 11. Europe, everything. Like you could call it the Everything Rally with a straight face. It must be fun for you guys to do market commentary these days. It's like almost nothing not working. Like it's almost like, where do you find the opportunity when everything has already just worked?
Well, I think sometimes the hardest thing to do is just ride a bull market, you know? I mean, like, and that's what I see is like, we came into the year, as much as this has been a really positive year, and 23 was a positive year. If you go back and listen when last time I was here, like in early February, we talked about how in reality, I think most people were quite underweight coming into the year. Like the big playbook for the election year was, we're going to have a weak first half.
Took a Tesla share, seeing a spike in activity, new highs on Tesla.
On its head, right? As soon as the market came out, it triggered something we call momentum thrust. So we saw a 19% rally in 3-month period. And whenever you get one of those, especially when you juxtapose that against really negative sentiment, it creates
high cash
And coming out of a bear market, it was like you were like 19 for 19 times or whatever it was. It was like 100% hit rate.
And we are tracking the path of those chases like perfectly. And strategists have been behind the ball all year. They came into the year, targets for median target for the end of the year coming in was 1% above the market, spot market. Today, they're 6% below the spot market heading into the seasonally strongest period of the year. It's a chase, you know? So this is why when we look out to Q4, it feels, and we did a lot of work recently on valuations and things like that, because we're out there scanning for risks. I think that's just like our nature, and that's how we provide value to our clients. Like, is there really any reason to get concerned here, or are you just seeing your own shadow? And so I think that chase continues through the end of the year.
It's the length of time also. Like the two most prominent bears on Wall Street both lost their jobs this year.
Ooh.
Like, you know what I mean? Like the two strategists who had the lowest targets and were most consistently bearish in 23, like at some point earlier this year, I know they made it like, oh no, he's going to do this now. Yeah, okay. He ain't going to talk to clients anymore the way he's been talking to clients. That I'll tell you. So, but like that's not like last week. That happened 6 months ago when the market's still rallying. Think about how many people look at that and say that's a sign of the top when they fire all the bears.
Oh yeah, how much is Nvidia up since Jensen signed the bra?
Oh, it might have doubled since then. I know it's up 100% since Nvidia is Cisco.
Right.
So, all right, I want to go through your charts, guys, because this is like an incredible array of topics that you cover. I can't believe the breadth of the work that you do. This is truly epic. Who wants to start?
What chart do we
Tee
have?
something up and let's talk about it.
All right, let's go. John will put them up, and then you guys will react.
So my question to you, gentlemen, and what we're looking at for the audience who's listening and not watching is we have asset performance by asset class for 2024, and Bitcoin and gold are leading the charge. And why do you think this is happening? I mean, Bitcoin, we could, flows, I think is probably part of it, but but gold is one of the best performing asset classes this year, and I'm not quite sure why.
Well, I think that we came in.
Yay, did it in Hawaii and it was $2,000 for my wife and I sat next to a billionaire who ran a fishing distributor.
Damn.
Only 6 people in the restaurant including my wife and I. And this dude was buying $1,000 bottles of sake and sharing it with the staff and the other patrons. Was best meal experience I've ever had.
Holy jeez.
In the year
Nice.
I don't want to say, I'll make it like we get everything right, but coming in the year we said we thought
Thank you
gold
for
was
that.
going to get
Nice.
$2,500 an ounce. I think this is the perfect backdrop for gold. So we're running 7% fiscal deficits at basically at peak employment, and so this is and at the same time you have probably the
So
most.
what does that mean? Like a dollar debasement?
Yeah, it's dollar debasement. I mean, I think
And
that
no end in sight.
no end in sight. I mean,
Yeah.
look what's gonna happen right now, and that's where I think if you look at why is the market starting to go a little nutty right now, is I do think a Trump win is starting to get discounted in the market right now. If you look at where the leadership is and things like that, and so when you spin that forward, I think that and I've talked to a lot of institutional asset managers, and to be like, we have no political dog in the fight, but we just call it how we see it. These guys, when you get them on the phone in private, they were most nervous about a blue wave. That was what they were nervous about. Whatever you think or whatever everyone else thinks, that's what I've heard in private conversations.
Rationally, because a blue wave entails a higher capital gains tax, a higher buyback excise tax. Neither of those are good for valuations.
I don't get your
or,
DM, Cheese.
risk appetite. And in the case of Bitcoin, she's pretending to be interested because they'll write her checks. But like, Trump became the Bitcoin champion this summer. He actually talks to the people in the industry, and he's got Musk. And I don't think he cares that much, quite frankly. I don't think he's like into it. It's just like, oh, these people are rich, and for me, this looks like a Trump rally trade. The Bitcoin part of it, at least.
Yeah, even small caps. I mean, if you think about
Small caps too.
stronger dollar, small caps, banks rallying. I do think, like, you go back to 2016, this is the playbook. We had a sell-off, we had a bond sell-off, which I think is what a huge risk to this market is. If you're trying to find a risk, is a potential bond sell-off in a Trump victory. But this is I think everyone's going back to that playbook and kind of playing it out. And I think it mostly makes sense. The thing that's going to be the fly in the ointment in my mind is, here we are at 4.1 on the 10-year. We've come from 3.6 to 4.1 in basically like a month since the Fed cut rates. And our work suggests that you're getting close to an area where that starts to pressure the market. And so if you're looking for a risk, to me, it's in the bond market here. And a Trump victory would, I think, throw some gas on that fire on the bond market.
So we're gonna come back to the Treasury. Anything more to say on Bitcoin, gold?
I just think gold is like going back to the election. We have the most contentious election that I think in modern history. You have each candidate is kind of jumping the shark further with policy proposals that are with reckless regard for fiscal. And I think that's concerning. I think that in the Fed, let's just be honest. Like you played Trump at the beginning. I am a Powell fan. I think Powell, this is something we talk about all the time, is Powell was dealt an incredibly difficult hand with a pandemic and then crazy stimulus, inflation, all these things that happened. I think he's done a really good job. Like, I'm not a Powell critic, but let's be honest, they just cut 50 basis points and core PCE is not at target.
Yeah.
And so, like, when you add all this together, the fiscal side, the lack of any will to close that deficit, and then what's going on with monetary policy, you got to put some money in gold.
So you think that so we made, I think, 32 or 33 record high closes in gold this year alone. These types of rallies in gold, they tend not to be short term. They tend to persist over the course of years. At least historically.
No, I mean, what you see is actually the pattern, and this is what we called out at the beginning of the year. With gold, there's a pattern where you get a long-term consolidation, where you have a multi-year consolidation, and you break out to a secular bull market. And what we've said to clients is, once you break out, and we broke out decisively, we look at equal-weighted gold. And
what's equal weighted gold?
Equal weight against a basket of currencies versus the dollar. So the dollar had strength coming while gold was consolidating. But if you looked at it on an equal weighted currency basis, you could see that gold was already breaking.
When
out.
did the break? So the breakout above the 2011 highs.
Mm-hmm.
So that qualifies. That's like a 13-year consolidation, give or take.
Huge, and especially after the pandemic, we were between like 1950 and 1680 for all the years after the pandemic, and that's just building energy. But at the same time, the secular backdrop was looking so good for gold. And I just think this is like a runaway freight train. It's going to go to 3,000.
You know what's so funny? There are like all these newsletters and pundits who cover precious metals, and they're so granular in the detail. Like this central bank is buying this many, and I'm just like, chart go up. Like it's a commodity. Who gives a shit? I don't need the details. When it breaks out of a 13-year consolidation, keep your newsletter. Just go long.
I heard that all at the beginning of the year. They were like, real rates are rising. Gold can't have a sustainable bull market when real rates are rising. We wrote like a whole report. We were like, let's look at all the periods where real rates went up and gold was like up 20% in a 6-month period. And there were actually a ton of them.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of just, you know, gold is a chameleon. I always say it's like trying to model gold is like trying to nail a jellyfish to the wall. It's really difficult.
What was the percentage return for the last gold bull market, which I think started in the late 90s? And like during the housing crisis, it really got popular. But I think gold bottomed at, I want to say, 300 an ounce.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a 4X, I think. 3 or 4X.
It was a 4X last time.
4X, yeah.
So,
I mean,
so it could be very early still.
yeah, I mean, I think that like 3,000 is in the bag, in my opinion.
Okay. All right, let's do the next one. John, what do you got?
So one of the themes of the market in recent weeks and months has been the broadening out. So you've got actually the Mag 7, which peaked in July, which had been doing a lot of the heavy lifting for the overall index. In fact, the S&P 493 has now broken out, and we're making new highs in the index and the equal weight, despite mega cap being sort of a headwind.
Yeah, this is interesting because like tech, we had a very shallow kind of earnings recession in 2022. Trailing 12-month S&P EPS was down single digits. And the big worry was that was just going to continue and snowball into a recession. And it didn't. And one of the first sectors that pulled out of that recession, mainly because of this AI investment boom, is technology. So you saw that expressed in tech being the first one out on the fundamentals to come out of this, earnings recession risk area. And now the rest of the market is there. Estimates for the 493 are cranking up, and more companies have positive year-over-year quarterly earnings in the 493. So it kind of makes sense that this is fundamentals really driving this catch-up.
The biggest sector in the 493 outside of tech or financials. What do you guys think is driving the breakout in financials?
I mean, at the moment,
especially banks,
yield curve
getting steeper. I'd look to the Fed's SEP. You've had the confluence of the Fed's SEP coming out where they're like,
what is that?
The summary of economic projections. They do it 4 times a year. So they had one in September, and so that's where they project out.
And Excel,
basically how much they're going to cut rates. And so they went from 125
trial
basis points of
utilizing
cuts
Gen 3
in
Halo
the
headset
June
in
S&P
partnership
to
with
200
UC
basis
San
points
Diego.
through 2025.
That
Of course,
is
they
November
cut 50
X-ray
basis
Lima
points in
and
September.
Excel.
So yield curve steeper is kind of consensus. And then I think the Trump trade is huge for finance. I mean, that's what the
why regulation?
That's the play. Deregulation. I think the fact that you will have a steeper yield curve is something that the Trump policy
the
would
median stock in the S&P 500 financials is negative 2% off its all-time 52-week high. Every single stock.
So the private equity names, and I own 2 of them, are just runaway wildebeest right now. And I think that like some of the big mega banks would love to get into the private credit game in a meaningful way that they just aren't right now.
Yeah, I mean, private credit.
Can we put that chart back up? I want to ask you guys. So Fernando, a lot of people spent the first half of the year lamenting the fact that the rally was so narrow. They ignored the rally in financials, of course. And they said this is all about 5 stocks, basically. It's NVIDIA and Apple. And that changed in Q3. You're showing the Mag 7 underperforming throughout the course of the quarter. My question is, like, was there a way to see that trend change was about to happen? And that, because this 18% rally in the Russell almost entirely happened in the last 3 months. I feel like if there's any inkling that you're about to get a rotation that powerful, shouldn't there be signs that it's about to happen? And if there are, like, what are they? What would you look for if you're trying to play that game?
I think it's really
media
hard
accounts
to
reporting
try
a
to
large
predict those
explosion
rotations.
in
Speak for
Central
yourself.
Israel. Not confirmed.
What do you say? Large explosion, Central.
like tech is something that there's so much expectations about the future and uncertainty that any like little whiff of like, well, maybe it won't be this big, it'll be this big, and maybe it'll be a revolution, but it won't be this big of a revolution, that's a sign of like tech weakening. But honestly, the rest of the market looks cheaper. We could argue about that. In fact, our recent pub that we did.
Natty. All
we
right.
think that-
40 by
argue
this
that
weekend.
whether or not the
Got-
rest-
by this Friday.
193
Got
are-
it.
Are materially cheaper.
I'll put the
Yeah,
order
we
in
think
for
that it
you,
might
bud.
be that
Well,
the
Apple's
spread-
Apple's 40 times earnings. You're telling me the rest of the S&P is more expensive?
Well, I don't want to go into
Damn,
specific
Apple's
stocks, but
40x?
because
Okay.
it's really hard. That's another thing with tech. It's like
40
you just have to
times
buy
earnings?
the basket. It's hard to chop up themes because these companies are competing in the same realm, and
Right.
it's hard to figure out who's going to win. But as a group, that group has amazing earnings growth. They've got all these tailwinds. That AI is a new thing. But before AI, tech was still growing hundreds of billions in revenue at double-digit rates for a decade. So AI is just the latest,
Okay, he's a little off.
tailwind
It's
that they
not
have,
40.
and their earnings growth is legit. You don't have to really
It's still high.
reach for any kind of crazy optimistic scenario to think that they're going to be able to grow earnings off the back
So
of this.
you don't
tailwind.
think that there was like a lot of people have this fantasy that they're going to catch a rotation like this, and they're going to exit tech trade and allocate to value or allocate to small cap. But there's nothing in your work suggesting that that could have been like something that people would have had a hint about.
I mean, I think I have an answer, which is rates, and I think that the
that's
equal,
the inflection.
that
for
is the
small cap.
inflection. And
Okay.
I mean, you can say it's really hard to time rates, but we did upgrade bonds in early July, which coincided with this, and we downgraded bonds on September 19th. So we went from overweight to underweight. And I do think that equal weight S&P, which is basically what that S&P 493 represents, is highly rate sensitive, much more cyclical. So you have this
July was the first cut.
Yes, it's a cut trade. It's a Trump trade. It's lower rates in general. And so the challenge for that other part of the market is going to be once rates, as I expect, and we're still underweight bonds here, I think rates are still normalizing, like the 10-year is what I'm talking about. And can this continue? Can this broadening continue in the face of rates going up once we get to like say 4.25 or above that? And
Okay.
so that to me is the real driver of the inflection.
All right, John, let's do the next one. Michael, you want to set this up?
Yeah, so we're looking at a chart of the S&P 500 with the 50-day moving average overlaid, and we've got new all-time highs in September, which is seasonally uncharacteristic of what normally happens. Guys, what does your work say on this matter?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is only the second. So we're looking at new all-time highs that happen after a 2-month drought. So you get sometimes where you just continuously get all-time highs, kind of like we're doing right now, 47 in the year. But when you have a drought and then the market has to break out to a new all-time high, that's only happened twice in 50 years in the month of September. It's very rare. So
oh wow,
that's what we're looking at is the list of all the cases.
What did you just say?
Is only the second. So we're looking at new all-time highs that happen after a 2-month drought. So you get sometimes where you just continuously get all-time highs, kind of like we're doing right now, 47 in the year. But when you have a drought and then the market has to break out to a new all-time high, that's only happened twice in 50 years in the month of September. It's very rare. So
oh wow,
that's what we're looking at is the list of all the cases where you actually get a new all-time high in September. It was 1996, and then before that 1965, and then it was this year. That's it as far as new all-time highs in September. The big implication when you spin it forward for where
well,
we're
those
at,
two moments are firmly in the middle of extended bull markets.
correct.
65 and 96. Both one of those is 3 years before any kind of major top, and the other one's 4 years.
Exactly.
Okay.
And here we are, we're in third year of the bull market now. And, it would be odd for us to be done with this bull at this point in time, especially when you consider we had basically a bear market in 18, had a bear market in 2020, had a bear market in 2022. You don't get a bear market every 2 years.
Yeah, people act like it's been straight up for the last 15
No,
years.
it
It's just
hasn't.
like, where were you? What are you talking about?
Even this year, you had, if you go study, we had like a whole report where we did every single 5% or greater pullback in the market back to 1950 and what's the character. And even the 8.4%
go
correction
here?
we had in August, that reset sentiment.
Totally.
So we're
Well,
resetting
the
sentiment all the
asterisk
time.
though is these are ridiculously short bear markets.
For sure, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
yes.
2020, throw it out.
Well, 2022 was normal. It was like 2 years.
Yeah, that was a grinder. That was like a grinder, like Fed hiking.
I guess it didn't feel that bad. I think the S&P.
Yes, it did.
On the S&P 500, I think the max drawdown was 23.
It was 25.
Yeah,
and
25.
The Nasdaq was like 35. It felt really shitty.
Nasdaq felt horrible.
It doesn't feel as bad right now.
I guess I felt good, which
You
was
felt
which is the
horrible.
important thing. I did.
You were horrendous.
I'm a really bad judge of my
So,
own.
John, let's go to
Doug,
chart.
See you,
is that
Cater.
true? You were here.
Roll the tape.
2022, Josh
What was that? What was that like in 2022? Was I
I'm
horrific?
laughing
It's
at
all
the
blur.
compound.
So,
This guy.
chart,
Sounds a little shell shocked. I don't know.
you guys did great work on
All right,
some of the more
good.
seasonality stuff. The January barometer is real. I've never seen it put this way. So you have a chart that lays out the yearly highs by month since 1950, and your work shows that 56% of the years the S&P 500 peaks in either January or December, which is
Oh, it
pretty
broke it.
remarkable.
So Nick
How did it break
Nicholas does the same work. Nick and Jessica
Yeah.
said like 50% of all years, the S&P hits its high of the year in December. Like if you only know one thing about market timing,
Yeah.
like be in for that.
Yeah, I mean, I was a seasonality skeptic like for a long time. And
Yeah.
when I think if you look at it in the right way, though, we're all judged by the calendar. Like everybody, just like you said, whether it's the two guys that got fired who were strategists, or if you're managing money, like you're beholden to the calendar. And so you start the year out and you're underweight and the market runs away from you, you're behind the bogey.
But you
So
get
the-
a chance though. Like you get the summer doldrums where the big guys go to Amagansett and Montauk, and you do get that opportunity to flip, and some people do.
What
But
this,
it's so
what this shows
hard.
to me is that the market usually goes up because there's a reason why the high for the calendar year is in December 40% of the time.
I just want
Because usually the market goes up and it
100.
goes at a high for the year. Because to your point, Warren, people that are underpositioned or were trailing the benchmark, they got to chase.
Career risk.
That's it.
For sure.
There's more to it than that. You also get through the fiscal year for mutual funds and whatever sales they were going to make. They've made them in September and October. And then it's kind of like a clean slate. Whatever money they're playing with, it's probably new long positions or adding to winners.
100%.
So a lot of these things are like the human element of investing.
Say that again. Everybody, say it for the people in the back.
Benchmark, they got to chase.
Career risk.
That's it.
For sure.
There's more to it than that. You also get through the fiscal year for mutual funds and whatever sales they were going to make. They've made them in September and October. And then it's kind of like a clean slate. Whatever money they're playing with, it's probably new long positions or adding to winners.
100%.
So a lot of these things are like the human element of investing.
Well, here's the
It's
human
not
There's a
really-
reason why
it's-
the end of the
it's
year is
like
always
it's
like
sort
it
of
is.
seasonality, but it's seasonality driven by people's real world incentives.
100%. That's it. That's the seasonality that I believe in.
That's exactly
So to that point, you guys have a chart that shows that strong first halves historically lead to strong second halves because number one, there's a reason why the first half is strong. Okay, it's usually a fundamental positive backdrop, and then the second half, it's a continuation of the first half, and then the people that are underinvested say, "Oh shit, I got to
You
catch
watch
up."
Vega. You
and to
watch.
Josh's point, the pullbacks in these cases are outside of 87. So you have the 87.
Well, not
case in
really
here,
because
but
this
outside of that,
cracked
the
and
pullbacks
it-
and drawdowns
that's what I was
in these
looking for.
years is short-lived and shallow.
But we'll
because
see.
These guys are all waiting for a chance to get back in the market. It's very similar to what we saw in August.
So explain. So the purple line is the second half. If the first half was only up 10% or less,
Yeah,
and
all
the blue
years.
line is
Come on,
when you have a
Drug, do it
strong
for me.
first half. Look at that finish.
So we're looking at
Yes.
July through
Yeah.
December on this chart.
this is a
It's a great chart.
This is a really good chart.
Yeah, and we have one in here I threw in the doc that shows when you're up 15% through Q3, because like that's kind of where we're at now. And that goes back to that September question. It's like, what's the implications of us making a new all-time high in September? It's buy 'em, but you will get, I think you get a slightly less powerful, this is what, if you can correct me if I'm wrong on the history, you get a slightly less powerful, Santa Claus rally type period because Santa Claus
Ticker
is-
TRNR,
the
Tango
end of
Romeo,
year rally is
November
really
Romeo,
about
no
two
chair
things.
seen,
It's
heavy
about the
activity, new
seasonality,
highs,
but
TRNR.
it's also about usually a
Giving.
version. And giving, yes. It's
We want to go in there. Okay.
you've
Try to tell me what Santa Claus is about.
that's right.
I'm half Irish Catholic. I know all about what Santa Claus is about. It's one of the things that I'm curious to ask you guys is you're covering so much ground, different ways to think about the market, seasonality included. Do you guys have internal conversations about like when to overweight one thing and when to underweight another? Like According to our work, this suggests a strong second half. However, according to these other things that we look at, it suggests a weaker period ahead. You have to make it like at a certain point, it's great to be that panoramic with your research, but
Isn't
you
he
kind of
in
have to
charge
start
of a fund?
prioritizing which of these forces is going to be more powerful than all the others.
For
Yeah?
sure.
Yeah, we have discretionary strategy. So like our shop, we run models that kind of, we know exactly what they do and they're completely systematic. And then we also have our discretionary strategy work where we kind of synthesize all this stuff. So if we see something out there that says like, all right, seasonality is really good, but there's a freight train heading for us on this other dimension, then, it's something that we have to weigh. But
Is that a quantitative process, or is that the two of you guys just trying to be intelligent and
the things that
talking through it?
Yeah, the things that are quantitative are the studies to make, like, we make different arguments to each other and we weigh things. And every one of those arguments has to be backed up by data. But ultimately, like, the job of strategy and writing every week, like we do, is trying to synthesize and figure out, what's happening right now.
Yeah, we have like a base. So to your point, like a basic rule, because I think big part of this, what I say to our clients is macro strategy is like the synthesis of chaos. You have all this data and all this chaos coming at you, and you have to organize it for your clients in a way that makes sense for them. And so like one big rule that we've been operating on is if you don't see a recession, and we have a framework for that, I think we'll talk about, and the Fed is easing, not tightening, then you can't be underweight equities. And that's just like a basic rule of thumb. You cannot.
So you ever have a client send
and all this chaos coming at you, and you have to organize it for your clients in a way that makes sense for them. And so like one big rule that we've been operating on is if you don't see a recession, and we have a framework for that, I think we'll talk about, and the Fed is easing, not tightening, then you can't be underweight equities. And that's just like a basic rule of thumb. You cannot.
So you ever have a client send them 80 charts?
Yeah.
Okay. My daughter's getting married this weekend. Do me a favor. Is it buy or sell? Like, do you have those conversations?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I had like one of our clients, like a lot of hedge funds, they're they want to get right to business. We're kind of academic researchers, and
Right.
I get it. I get where
But
we're
you
at.
could justify when you say stay overweight.
I don't know.
If somebody wants to go deep, you're like, okay, here's my 80 charts.
So you have 90
better,
slides, and a lot of them
90 slides,
are
right.
like, listen, I'd say, I don't know, 80, 90%
That's
of
the
them are
other-
bullish, but you're like, but you have like cautionary
Warren
things
Piles
to
and
watch out for.
Fernando
But I'm
Vidal
sure to Josh's question, there are people like, dude, I don't just tell me.
314 research.
TLDR, you guys bullish?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's where
We
they're
were
from.
bearish in 22. I mean, I told you last time I was here.
I remember.
And I mean, I'm a pessimistic at heart, and I think Fernando is too. So we like to study history, like the all-time high study we showed you last time. It's like we need this stuff to convince us to be more optimistic. And there's a lot of people. I think that's who we speak to in our client base.
Okay, so seasonality's on our side. Let's do this strategist S&P 500 targets. So the fun thing over the last couple of weeks has been to watch everybody try to out Belsky each other. Like Belsky was at 6,000 before anyone, and now he's like in the middle of the pack. These guys are like, it's like an auctioneer.
Yeah.
Do I hear 6,100? 6,100 go. So how do you look at strategists? Do you look at them as confirmation or contrarian signal, or what's the framework here?
I mean, we have a process where we actually have a trading strategy where you're long the S&P 500 when strategists their targets are within 5% or below of spot S&P 500, and you crush it if you follow that. So you fade them. Ultimately, you fade them, and
we slot it in as a sentiment.
Belsky.
Basically,
Yeah.
this is a sentiment reading.
it's positioning sentiment.
But
type
you
thing.
want to fade. So then that must be working against you because these targets are now ripping higher.
Not enough. I mean, you can see
Not
it. There.
enough.
In fact, right now we're at we did this for October 15th. At October 15th, the average or median strategist target was still 6% below the market. They can't catch up to the market. That's the most relatively bearish this group's ever been on record
Do you go this deep?
at this point in time.
I'm curious. Is it just their price target for the S&P that's too low, or were their earnings estimates too low also? Or did they get the earnings right, but they had too low of a multiple applied to it? Like, what's the reason why they're chasing? I don't really know.
Well, I mean, I think there are two separate groups that are doing those. So it's like a bottoms up earnings estimate, I think,
Yeah.
and then you have these guys who are doing their top down.
Top down.
I think that they're doing the best job, and they all do good work. And we just came out and said we think the market's going to hit 7,000 by the end of 2026. So I mean, like we're in the same boat basically. But
what 7,000 by 2026?
Yeah.
How was your day on Twitter that day? Was
you
that
know,
fun for you?
blew up. And people were like, Warren's his own contraindicator now. This is crazy. Because I'm always talking about fading strategist. And now I
the
got
other
my own-
Warren.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
With this chart, you guys are like quantitative haters.
quantitative haters. Yeah. I mean,
What's the bottom pane, guys?
That's the
That's the
spread.
spread.
What does
Yeah.
that mean?
The difference between that blue line, which is the median strategist target, and the purple line, which is the actual S&P.
So,
So
what
when
does
they're
it
below
mean
the
when the
line-
spread is declining? That mean below the zero line. That means they're getting further.
Means
The
they're
market
behind.
is running further away from them.
Yes.
Yeah, as the red line goes down, that means the market is just outpacing their estimate for the
So,
end of the year.
so talk me through this. In 2022, it looks like the spread was meaningfully positive most of the
But
year.
this is the point. They were wrong all of 2022, and they've been wrong ever since.
Yeah, they were saying, oh, the market's going to rip, the market's going to rip. And then it's just kept going lower and lower. And instead of like holding, you see the estimates kind of follow the market, but always stay above the.
But I mean, in fairness, it should never be at zero, right? Because that's where the market is.
well, it can be there by
Yeah,
accident.
that's a really good point. It might hit that level, but you're not going to have 22 strategists on Wall Street all be neutral on the market.
That'd be very weird.
You're going to have bulls and bears.
Yeah. Well, the thing to watch for on this going forward is you can see like if we took this back, like at the end of 2021, I think it's on there. You saw this big ramp in estimates there, and you see that at the
Perfect timing.
Yeah, that's when you
Closed
get to
out
top.
exactly
So like
that
we
drug.
we studied every major top over the last like 30
But that's
years,
embarrassing, though.
and that's what they look like. That so I
Like
mean
they ramped up their earnings per share estimates at the height of the bubble.
exactly in their
And
targets.
just today, this morning, we were talking about like, won't it be interesting,
What is
when we get these kind of
TWG?
new updates
Crude futures
for
settle
next
at
year?
72.09.
How bullish
up
are they going to get? Are they just going to
$1.53.
reverse course and
When
everybody's
is
just
that?
going to be?
That starts like right before Thanksgiving, right?
November, yeah, mid-November.
So your guys' next chart is really a chef's kiss of a chart. I've never seen it broken down this way for this particular year. You look at this bull market and you say that the returns have tiered with market cap size. So everybody knows that the mega caps have taken the charge, but you break it down by stocks 1 through 10 in terms of their market cap weight, stocks 11 through 100, 1 through 2, 2 through 3, etc. And it really does go down the line in that order.
That's a ETF flow story and an AI story.
No,
Kinda
it's not. No,
kinda
it's not.
blended.
No, it's not. The ETF flows that's not a 2024 story. It's always that way. This is the rate story.
I think it is rates. That's for
the
especially
tiering is like perfect,
perfect.
And we actually like this chart started as just like top 100, top 100 to 200,
Were you like,
and then Warren's like, no, you
Warren,
know what?
look what we have.
Like,
Wait,
we need to pull
I'm sorry. I still think I'm right. I
Shocker.
no, I really do. I really do. It's $100 trillion in wealth management. Okay, like that's forget about how much money's in ETFs, how much money's in mutual funds, how much SMAs. Just combine. It's all wealth management. Every wealth manager is a smaller proportion of the money they're putting in goes into small caps, a slightly larger portion goes into mid caps, and much, much more goes into large caps.
That's not
All-
a 2024 phenomenon. It's been going on for the last decade.
but it's being exaggerated now more so than in the last decade
Coming up after the
because
close,
more and
earnings
more
from
money is in the
TXN,
wealth
Texas
management channel
Instruments,
and not in the brokerage
STX,
channel.
Seagate
I just think this is
Technology.
asset allocation.
so this
it's
never going to
flow- it's
change. So this
flows.
is never going to change. It's
AG
permanent.
Europe,
Come on, what are
Uh,
you saying?
Avangrid,
I think
EKG
you could have a
Packaging Corp,
permanently
Guys,
Range
don't
Rover
let him-
Resources,
don't let him.
United Canadian
you could have a
Specialty
permanently higher
National,
multiple on large cap stocks
BKR Baker Hughes reporting
relative
after
to
close.
mid and small. That's
You
so
dumb
At 4:30, the
bastard.
That's
API for
controversial.
Crude and gasoline.
A permanent?
stocks.
the thing that I don't buy
long
on
term,
that-
not permanent. Not every minute of every day for the rest of our lives. It's an upward drift. Because it's asset allocation. This is how people. This is what people's portfolios
But
look
why
like.
just
Do
this
they
year?
really-
It happens every year.
I have
He's just waiting.
spoken. I have spoken. We're gonna move on from this.
All right.
I want to hear about valuations market wide.
All right, Fernando, go ahead.
So, well, I mean, we should probably just segue into talking about our most recent
Yeah,
report.
I think you're right.
So, the market's expensive, right? Classically expensive. The market historically has a PE ratio of like, you could say 19 historically, and we're at like 25, 26, right? So that's expensive, right? So in our latest report, we made the argument that, well, maybe we're missing something here. Maybe it's absurd to think that today's market should trade at 18 or 19. And the biggest case that we made was that it's a sectoral composition effect. So we've got a market today that's extremely different than the market that drove, that you're looking at when you're measuring that 18, 19 average PE. Today, tech and
Tech
communication
heavy.
services is like 40% of the market.
What was the other thing you
Energy
said? Tech and
and
what?
finance. That we've got a market today that's extremely different than the market that drove, that you're looking at when you're measuring that 18, 19 average PE. Today, tech and communication services is like 40% of the market. Energy and financials is like a tiny fraction, and
You can't talk about the market multiple without mentioning what you just said.
yeah, no, it would be
Of
crazy.
course, you have structurally higher multiples in tech because the profit margins are higher.
Right.
So if tech makes up more of the market and is responsible for more of the market's earnings growth, of course the valuation should be higher.
Here's one more thing. I saw this from Jim Paulson. He said, do investors realize how high quality the S&P 500 index has become? S&P 500 companies possess outstanding unit growth prospects, extremely healthy financial strength, and very ample liquidity. And he charts it. He looks at the S&P 500 stock price, total debt as a percent of total equity, collapsed. Net debt as a percent of EBITDA,
Daily chart
collapsed.
book.
Cash short-term investments as a percent of trailing 12-month EBITDA per share, higher. Like, it's
the
not the
S&P
same
is a better,
index.
right? 20 years ago, 2004, we had companies in that index. I swear to God, coal miners,
Exactly.
fucking Build-A-Bear Workshop was in the S&P 5. Those companies can't even go public now, let alone get into this index.
Think about
It's the
this.
hottest club in town.
In 2006, it was like financials and energy were outweighed tech and communication services by 14%. Today,
Tech was in a secular bear market.
it's a 39% swing in weighting
right.
now. And then you throw
SG,
Amazon in
Sweet
there, it
Green
goes even
popping
higher
here
because
on
that's consumer
increasing
discretionary.
volume now.
Now,
Sandy
the one
Gulf
thing
up
that people don't really
about 2%.
think of, because
That's
this is
SG,
like,
Sandy
that's
Gulf.
the sectoral composition. But like your point about margins is exactly right. So margins lead to higher multiples, but especially on like a price to sales basis. So every dollar you get of sales, if you have a high margin business, you convert.
Ticker
even higher
SU
multiple,
standing
right?
uniform,
But-
shares are seeing an increase of activity. Notes an Elliott note circulating on SU.
Saying what?
One thing I noticed when I was doing work as kind of an energy and oil analyst earlier in my career is that the more cyclical businesses and the more commodity a business is, you actually get a reverse effect. So when profit margins go up, you get multiples compressing. It's a totally opposite relationship between margins and multiples.
Because they're cyclical.
They're cyclical.
And investors know it's the top of the cycle, and
Precisely.
profit margins are coming down after the top of the cycle. Therefore, you actually want to buy cyclicals when they're the most expensive.
Exactly. And that,
Yeah.
so when you take a big chunk of the market and you replace cyclical with like a more structural growing market, when they get
SU
higher
shares,
margins, it's a
getting,
structural
pop here,
phenomenon
Sandy
that leads to higher
uniform.
multiples. The whole relationship changes. So in our report, we
Suncor
broke all that
Energy,
apart
small pop
and
on
basically
that
said,
one.
and to Paulson's point, the market's making return on invested capital trailing 5-year average for the
All-time
market, 23%.
It's
In
absurd. We've got
2006,
that
it was
chart.
10%. That tells you there's a moat. Like you can just invest money at that rate.
So what should the multiple
Wait.
be?
Is the market so high quality now? For any of you that wants to take this, is the S&P so high quality now that it's not just an all-star team relative to all other businesses in the United States? It's 500 Michael Jordans. It's the best 2 to 5 companies in every sub-industry in America. It almost like bears no relationship whatsoever with the experience of running an average company in this country. They live on their own planet. They're self-financing. Like they're not like waiting for a loan from a bank to do anything. None of these companies. To me, the S&P is pulling away to the same extent that the top 1% of households
Globe
are
and
pulling
Mail,
away. They almost
reported
like
earlier,
occupy
Elliott
their
sees more
own
upside at
universe.
Suncor,
I
almost
love that
double staked
analogy,
in
and I
nearly $3 billion.
totally, I mean, I
What is
totally
silver
agree with
at
that. It's
right
part
now?
of why you see,
It's,
Sandy
uniform.
you're like, for instance, not to all go back to the election, but Nate Silver, he runs his model on the election, and he has in there S&P 500, and like there's a lot of people who say like,
As
hey,
a variable that could swing the
S&P
election.
500 is up, then people feel good, and therefore they're incumbent. It's totally reversed because, like you said, the S&P 500 is not reflecting the Main Street sentiment right now.
No way. The businesses on Main Street have never been more divorced than the success of the 500 biggest companies. And they still all do business with each other. So it's not totally unrelated. But just like if that's part of your mood ring for Main Street, you have no idea what's going on out there. It's still a knife fight. For most people running a business, they're in a knife fight every day.
Yeah.
Apple does not wake up in the morning feeling like they're in a knife fight.
So wait, Fernando, so what do you think about the valuations of the market today? What
think-
was your conclusion?
Buy.
The conclusion is that there's a way that you can argue that we're at fair value and that over the next 2 years we should earn a pretty typical return on the S&P. Historically, it gets like 9-10% a year, and that multiples at this stage of a bull market, you shouldn't expect them really to contract. Multiples contract. We're kind of mid-late cycle, and multiples should hold in. Earnings are expected to grow 30% from now to the end of 2026. So, 30% over the next 2 years just on earnings. And you could even say the multiples will fall a little, and you're still going to get a pretty decent return on the S&P just from the fundamentals.
Annualize it like 8 to 10% in
Yeah,
that scenario.
just from the fundamentals of the earnings doing what the analysts expect.
S&P 493 is 19.6 times forward earnings.
It's fair. I
Mag
guess.
7 is 26.7.
But does it even matter? Like when think about multiples, I think to me what multiples tell me is that right now the market is obviously trending higher. The wind is at its back. So if it has a high multiple, then maybe there's less margin for safety. I think that's all you could say. It's not a timing thing or anything. It just tells you about expectations today, and expectations are high, which isn't bearish. But if we don't meet them, then there's more room to fall.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think you have to have a certain amount of humility when you're looking at the market. And so when you sit there and say, and this has been we've had this, we've fallen in this trap. So like we've said, like we think the market looks overvalued. Then that's what prompted this report. We've gone through this year. We're at 26 times trailing earnings on the market. Everybody knows that's expensive. And to go on TV, like I heard some, I'm not going to call him out here, but like I heard someone.
Dan Greenhouse.
No, bro, he's good.
Okay.
It's not him.
We love Dan.
Oh,
it's not insightful to say what the
God, I
multiples
wanted it to be Dan.
of the indexes. We know.
No, finish your thought. What did the person
He's
say?
saying, it's a bubble. We could go a little higher, but this is a bubble. It's like that is the most mid-twit kind of argument that like we're in a bubble. Why
He
don't you
endorses both candidates.
look at the collective wisdom of the markets and say, what am I missing? Why would this look? Is there a different perspective to view the valuations that tells me that makes sense?
No, Warren, everyone's wrong but me. The
That's
market's
what
wrong.
hold
a
on.
lot of people like to
20
spend the
times
win,
earnings for the median stock is by definition not a bubble. That's number one, just on math. Number two, it wouldn't matter if it's a bubble or not. You could get a market. The market topped in 2007 at 17 times earnings. So it's almost a moot point to like a single variable analysis of
That's
PE
crazy.
ratios ain't going to tell you if it's the top or the bottom.
But a lot of people do that, honestly.
Well, that's why they're on Twitter. And
embarrassing.
yeah, that's
Well-
why they're doing mid-twit. Okay, we have so much more to get to.
Yeah,
I'm
jeez
gonna
Louise.
talk less. I want to hear more from you guys. Show me the chase chart.
I'll take the under on that, by the way. Keep going.
All right, what are we looking at here?
Well, this is the version we looked at, the one with a 10% gain in the first half. This is the composite average of the market when you have a 15% gain through Q3. So that's what we're tracking at. And it goes back to that September study where, you get a little bit of a dip maybe. I mean, I don't think you want to like obey every single wiggle in this, but the bottom line takeaway from this is you still get that year-end rally. It's just a continuous chase right to the end of the year.
Is this colored by the election at all, or
We didn't do any kind of a slicing and dicing of election. I mean, everyone's
is the October dip more severe in election years?
Yes,
I would guess yes.
Yes, but we're not getting any seasonal tendency right now. Like that's why I worry a little bit that when Trump gets elected, what's going to happen is you're going to get a big move in the rates market. This whole rally is getting pulled forward as he breaks out into betting odds, and you could actually have that dip post-election.
Let's do
That's
momentum thrust.
interesting.
So I love this chart that you guys made here.
That's an interesting. Are we front running what the polling market seeing?
Single wiggle in this, but the bottom line takeaway from this is you still get that year-end rally. It's just a continuous chase right to the end of the year.
Is this colored by the election at all, or
We didn't do any kind of a slicing and dicing of election. I mean, everyone's
is the October dip more severe in election years?
Yes,
I would guess yes.
Yes, but we're not getting any seasonal tendency right now. Like that's why I worry a little bit that when Trump gets elected, what's going to happen is you're going to get a big move in the rates market. This whole rally is getting pulled forward as he breaks out into betting odds, and you could actually have that dip post-election.
Let's do momentum thrust.
So I love this chart that you guys made here because every time you have an average, like what you just showed, the current version never tracks the average, right? Because it's just you're just smushing a million different scenarios together, except for this one actually tracks it perfectly. What are we looking at, gentlemen?
When we first started showing this chart,
They're ignoring
I
it
was
right now?
self-conscious.
You
'cause
think
this chart-
she's Ignoring what? The betting market or the polling? Polling says close, right? Betting market says runaway. Googling says market Trump trade. So we're getting like post-election, like we talked about this morning. Post-elections usually, from my recollection, you get a bump in the market going into the end of the year. Homie just said that he's worried, not that it's happening, that the market is already starting to price in a winner. And therefore, we're getting that post-election run now. So is a buy the rumor, sell the news going to happen? Share. What is this? All right. This is what Jesus sent me. Election volatility too low. Goldman's derivative guru Garrett. High move for 2%. What? Oh, the move only goes to 3.5. Oh, is this like 2% move in the S&P 500?
Bright Minds shares getting a little pop here. Some volume coming in. DWG shares up about 3% now. Delta Romeo Uniform Golf.
Less than 1. Post-election discovery. Very interesting.
We started showing it before, like,
before it fit?
Before it, like.
Why am I focusing? That's just the one I have up. I'm actually looking at drug. I have all these charts over here that I tend to look at more. What's on the screen isn't necessarily always what I'm looking at. Drug got the move I was hoping for, but I'm not in it. There's not really a chart right now I'm in love with. So back to watching these guys.
Like very early on, like before the dash line, we were like, "This is a breath for us." It's like, or a
it's either a great chart or a chart crime,
and I was
we
like,
don't know yet.
So what does it show for people that aren't watching?
So it's showing 63
on the
day
flip side of
returns
that,
in
wouldn't
the
you
S&P
think
when we
China
cross
would do
above
bad?
19%.
But
and
19% what?
First,
just a return.
Yeah,
63 day look back, 19%. It's rare. It's like it's a rare event. And
so
it's showing
extreme
the average
buying. So
path.
what happens after extreme
You're right.
buying?
It's
in
like
short
we
period
had a
of time?
quarter where like the market was just crazy wrong and suddenly had to adjust, right? What happens? So it's like, this is the average path. And we started showing it.
I heard something
and I was
about
self-conscious. And I was like, man, you really want to show this? What are the chances it attracts this well? And we just kept showing it because it was tracking perfectly.
But you know why
in
this
line with
works?
the composite.
This is human seasonality because you get these breadthroughs coming out of bear markets. No, like aren't most of these out of bear markets?
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought from the get-go. And it was against the context of everybody was bearish coming into the year. And this happened.
But these are also infuriating because you're telling people that just missed the rally. Actually, it's about to go higher.
So much of our work is just justifying and proving to ourselves that strength leads to strength.
Yeah.
That's such a
Which
hard
one did that
thing
link
to internalize.
to?
And
The
That is a
utility?
podcast title.
That's
Three of them
Like
pull up on my
strength
screen,
leads
so I don't know which
to
one it links
and
to.
it
The
sucks
utility,
because you don't want it to be
gross
like that.
trading
You want it to
leads
be
to
like, I'm
tops.
going
I
to
was going
wait.
to say
no, it's the
Warren and
middle one,
Fernando
right?
are too bullish, but let's do the other one. Let's do the other
All
one.
right, let's talk
corporate
background. Let's do the
taxes
econ. This
comment.
let's talk labor markets. So this is why I love your guys' charts. I've never seen it broken out this way. This is so clean and delicious. What are we looking at?
Yeah, you're looking at everything
How
kind
do you
of so
remember that you sent
we
this stuff? You are
we allocate
insane,
everything to
dude.
zero. So we're looking at the change of
Your
each one of these
mind.
things: payrolls, labor force growth, continuing claims, and then job openings in the JOLTS data.
Did you invent this, or has
Yeah.
somebody done a version of
we,
this before?
we invented it,
This
but
is so clean. It's
really good.
cumulative. It's a cumulative change.
Cumulative change. Yeah, I mean, this is where Fernando and I work so well together because, like, I did these charts at Ned Davis for a long time, and then Fernando is just a wizard. And I mean, I think like I sleep and
WHLR,
visualize this
Wheeler
stuff,
Real
and he does
Estate,
too. I feel like
Equity
and
REIT,
it's like we
getting
can
a
come
pop
up with
here on
new
relatively light
kind of ways
volume.
to look at data.
So what is the
Up
message?
about
So you call this
6% now,
supply loosening the labor
WHLR.
market.
I just don't know how
You're showing
remember.
payrolls are up 7 million.
your
from the. This is the
posts.
peak
You've
of
gotta
how many
have
job openings there were.
Peak jolt.
So what?
And you're
That
just
was
now
like
being
when
up
people were
forever
saying
out.
there were 20 million open jobs
you
and
know.
there's 3 jobs forever. Okay, so
I
since
can't even
that
remember
peak,
things I
you're showing
posted or
7
where
million
they
people
are.
have been hired. You're showing the labor force itself has grown by 4.5 million. You're saying this is incredible to me. Unemployment claims are flat cumulatively. Holy shit! And then you're saying job openings
Oh,
have
this was
only
yesterday.
declined by 3.5 million,
For
which
some
is
reason
not that
thinking this
much.
was
Yeah, so I think the Fed looks
the
at the
other
job
post
openings
that was a
falling
long
and they
time
interpret
ago.
that as the labor market weakening. We also have seen the unemployment rate rise,
Well,
which
I'm not
obviously shows some
100%
loosening in the
at my house
unemployment
yet,
market.
so
But I think that the message
I
of this
haven't
chart is
seen
it's
it
a
until I'm settled back
major
in.
labor force participation growth and people coming, whether it's immigration or people returning to the labor force after pandemic, mainly immigration. It's labor force growth that's driving unemployment rate up, is what we're saying. And
So
seeing
that's
in
like
this
that
chart.
was what was tripping up the Sam.
That's what Claudia,
and it's
Claudia
totally
Sam
different.
said this.
The next chart
Yeah.
is every cycle, and it looks totally different than
So
a
the
recessionary cycle.
implications. So go
AMGN,
ahead. So the next chart,
Amgen
the
said it's
implications
launching
of claims being
biosimilar
flat
of
is
eye
what?
drug Eylea
Well, I mean, it
after
means
the U.S.
this
Appeals
is, this
Court
is not
ruling
about people
and
being laid off and
patent
losing their
case
jobs, and that's not
that
what's
the
driving
AMGN
it.
Not a,
and
it's not the end of a
REGN.
cycle.
Exactly. It's not a recession. It's not a recessionary signal.
Raging Turtle 45.
So
Let's
you know,
go.
usually you see when
I love you
job
no matter
openings
what.
roll over, you see
That's what you-
payrolls roll over.
I feel
shortly
like-
thereafter, and you see claims
I
rise.
feel like
That's
I'm
the
your
typical cycle.
dog, and you're just
Haven't seen
petting
that.
your
So
dog.
you showed
and
the
you're like,
previous
"Oh, you're so
cycle peaks in
stupid, but we love
2000,
you
in
anyway."
2007, 2019, and in everyone, of course, claims are going up. And now
Oh,
that's
guys,
just we're
this
not
is
seeing
so
that yet.
cute. He's so
Correct.
stupid,
Yep.
but
It's
we
just
love him.
it's a way to get at why is that unemployment rate going up.
All right, so here's the other side of this, which you guys do. You do the Trump weave in your report. You weave in a story. So labor concerns.
It's called the weave.
It's called the weave. Private sector payroll growth. This does resemble previous recessions. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, I mean,
10x,
our goal
sorry,
is
so
to be
10x.
objective, right? So, like, we might sound bullish, but that's because the evidence is bullish, and our clients trust us with that. And so,
Interesting.
this is some stuff that's looking there. The labor market has some points to pick at, and one is that the payroll growth we're seeing is not coming from from the private sector. It's mainly this is payroll growth year over year, ex government, healthcare, and education.
So like really private payrolls.
Private period. Yeah, the more cyclical areas of the economy, and that's below the area with the mean of the recession starts.
So that's
historically.
not bullish.
No, it's not bullish.
If you look at part-time versus full-time,
Yeah, we
'cause they
looked
both
at that
count.
before.
They both count toward the NFP report. Like people
Yeah,
tend to say like, oh, well, these jobs are seasonal holiday bullshit. Do you worry about that or not yet?
That's
We've
an
looked at
interesting
it-
chart. Let me go back to that. So every time that's dipped below that little line, bad things happen. And we did. Huh.
Part-time versus full-time.
yeah, we
No, that
looked
was
at
but
that.
that was
They both
payroll,
count toward
wasn't it?
the part-time
Wasn't it?
versus full-time.
Start period.
Pay-
Yeah, the more
private sector
cyclical
payroll
areas
growth resembles previous recessions.
of the economy, and that's below the area with the mean of the recession starts.
So that's
historically.
not bullish.
No, it's not bullish.
If you look at
That's
part-time versus full-time,
Yeah, we
'cause they
looked
both
at that
count.
before.
They both count
Interesting.
toward the
Interesting.
NFP report. Like people
Yeah,
tend to say like, oh, well, these jobs are
I
seasonal
wish you could
holiday
see
bullshit.
that
Do
chart.
you worry
go
about
back
that or not
further.
yet?
we've looked at it, and like we've looked at aggregate hours worked and things like that. They all kind of point to the same thing, you know.
Okay.
So yeah, you're seeing our source of truth, which I
Client
think
payroll
we'll
growth.
probably talk about, is the housing industry and residential construction employment. We think our big like you said, chaos.
I think it was
synthesis
specifically
of
looking
chaos.
at the
So when we
private
say there's
sector.
no recession coming, we're basing that
More
off
payroll
of
growth
residential
we've seen
construction
before is
employment.
with
We think that's the
government.
best indicator for leading the economy. It rolls over in the 6 months prior to your overall payrolls rolling
the
over,
bearish guy?
and you get
Oh,
about an 8 to 10%
Mav?
drawdown
We
there
haven't
before
watched
you get
Mav
any
for-
real drawdown in
And dude,
payrolls.
that doesn't signal
I
a
don't know what
recession. It
Mav's
causes
stance
it.
is.
Exact. Well, it's all tied
Yeah.
together there, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And so it's like the
But
stat
you
I
can
like to
better
tell people is
believe it
that
if we ever get into
5% of jobs in
recession,
the
we're gonna
United States
give-
are construction
we're gonna
jobs,
give
but if you
Mav
go
his
through
moment.
Today,
a
I News,
recession,
No Perplexity
30% of
is
jobs lost in a recession.
announcing its reasoning model.
Are construction
Let's,
jobs.
John, can you
It's
jump
chart
to
18. It's chart 18.
jump to the construction job gains, not resembling a recession? Yeah. So the red line is now.
The
That's previous recessions.
Oh, that's okay.
the red shading is all the recessions. The blue line is residential construction payrolls, and they're making new cycle highs. Now, what we do, because we find this to be so important, and Fernando, you can chime in anytime you think that I'm missing something. But bottom line is we take all the moving parts, housing starts, time it takes to complete a home, the labor intensity of each unit. We put it all together and we predict how many jobs this segment of the economy, how many jobs are needed for this segment of the economy. And so when we put all that together, we do see some weakness forming potentially in the pipeline. So this is why we're so focused on rates and how that interacts with the economy, because you need to see like mortgage rates fall to keep the housing market moving along.
I mean, this is a pretty good leading indicator. Like this really gives you some time before your recession is.
This
That's
is
our
one
view.
of the things that has kept us, from getting ever too bearish throughout this whole
Construction
process.
jobs.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we
This
look
would
at
have
this
saved
as
your
our,
ass in 06 too. When they stopped building. Like,
Well, yeah, if you would have gotten out, getting out as a signal for sure.
Yeah.
No, I mean it's look, the bottom line is if you're gonna have a recession, you have job losses. And if you're gonna have job losses, the cyclical areas have to pitch in. It's not gonna be like the government wakes up and lays off, 10% of the workforce or something like that. It just doesn't happen that way. So the most cyclical area is residential construction payrolls, and that's what we focus on. It's also, like you said, tied into consumer behavior and in other parts of the economy.
and this model that we have on construction payrolls, it allows us to take data like the housing starts data that comes out all the time and plug it in and say, like, what does that mean for recession? And it allows us to say, like, based on our model, this is not enough housing starts, or based on this, housing starts are in a place
do
where
housing starts read
shares,
construction
getting some
payrolls,
buying
or
near low price
are they
stock.
concurrent?
so it's basically there's this funnel. There's a lot of factors. A big one is the time it takes to complete a home, and housing starts basically fills the tank. Completions drains the tank, and if you're completing houses faster, then housing starts need to fill the tank faster to make up for it. And right now we're kind of in a muddle through environment with housing starts. The readings we're getting are kind of borderline for making us comfortable that we're going to avoid recession. But our model of payrolls for construction is pointing to us being a little oversupplied in jobs. So, and that's just based on we're hoping.
Ticker LIFW shares are spiking with activity. Lima India Foxtrot whiskey.
Maybe.
So getting back to jobs, you guys break down payrolls into different industry groups, I thought, which is interesting. So you show that only 62% of industries have gained jobs in the past year, and that's getting close to historical danger zone. What are we looking at?
Same thing. It's the breadth, basically, of industries that are growing jobs, and it's falling. I mean, this is like, this is what I think the Fed's looking at. Stuff like this, stuff like the housing market pipeline, and they're seeing it, and they're like, we don't want to see unemployment go up anymore. We've basically had unemployment go up because of a supply increase, and anything from here is going to be really, non-linear, as they would say, in unemployment gains. And so this is just showing that the breadth of industries growing jobs has fallen to a level that really marks closely with the start of recession.
So this is something to watch.
Absolutely, yeah. It's one of the other things we watch. I mean, the market tends to have a tough time once this gets below 60% too.
Let's do this soft landing. Mortgage applications need to respond to lower rates. I agree.
Wait, what chart are you on?
I don't know.
I got you.
If you're constructive on 25, part of the reason for that has to be like the housing market's going to normalize and activity,
QCOM,
not prices, activity is going to pick up,
unveils
and mortgage
its most powerful
applications
automotive
are
platforms with
kind of
new
like
Snapdragon Cockpit
the
Elite
best
and
way to
Snapdragon
think
Ride
about
Elite
future
platforms.
activity.
Yeah, man. I mean,
Qualcomm says Li Auto and Mercedes-Benz
in order to
Snapdragon
revitalize
Elite
the
tier
housing
automotive
market, we've seen
platforms
like
for
this
their
really
future
strong
commercialized
relationship
vehicles.
between mortgage applications.
Qualcomm says
and
new
so
Snapdragon Cockpit
when we
I want to
Elite
finish
and
the rest of this
Snapdragon
tomorrow.
Ride
It's
Elite
3
platforms
o'clock.
debut with Qualcomm
I'm trying
Orion
trading for
CPU,
the day.
now tailored
I'm gonna
for
call it here.
automotive. Qualcomm says platforms are targeting 3 times faster CPU
More
and up to
voices at once.
12 times
And you can
stronger
imagine
AI
people still want
performance
music
or
on the show.
in-vehicle
Like, you guys are crazy.
experiences compared to previous flagship generations.
So
That is
$500 day.
ticker
It's a nice day.
QCOM and ticker LI.
Still in
New
comeback mode. Still taking the training wheels off the What's up, T Mama? So it's good. Still trying to get, things figured out. Decent trades today. Nice little base hit day. Bob Marley. We're going to go raid Abby Lee. We'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully I freaking remember to put my jerseys up. I can't believe I almost got my jerseys washed. That would have been bad. You guys are awesome. We'll see you off color on what they were saying. Okay. Anyway, you guys are awesome. Thank you for all the new subs and gifted subs and bits, donos. You guys are very, very generous. Love you guys. See you tomorrow.
Played Ranked Reload.